various denominations. Now, a total of 11.4 billion shillings has been paid to hospitals between December 3rd last year and February 3rd of this year. Counties that have received the largest allocation include Nairobi, Uasin Gishu, Kisii, Kiambu, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Wajir, Meru, Nakuru, and Mandera. In addition, hospitals that received the largest amount of money are Kenyatta National Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Rift Valley Provisional General Hospital, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, AIC Kijabe Hospital, and Nairobi West Hospital. 2 days after heavy rains have hit the country, farmers have now resumed planting activities in various areas. In Trans Nzoia, Governor George Natembeya continues a program of distributing maize seeds to farmers as a way to reduce the cost of living. However, despite receiving the seeds, farmers are complaining about the low price of the products, calling on the government to increase the price of maize to 5 or 6,000 shillings per 90 kilograms bag.
Nilikuwa napiga nduru nitafika saa ngapi pambazuke. Sasa ndio imefika salama, tumepata mbegu, tunataka kuweka hiyo mbegu chini.
Sisi tukiomba kwamba hata serious pekee wapatiwe pesa ya kununua mahindi yetu kwa shilingi 5,000, wanasema hawana pesa. Lakini pesa inapatikana ya kuimport mahindi. Kweli wana hiyo kweli?
Grief continues to grip Luanda village, Likuyani, Kakamega County, after 2 people were shot dead in clashes between residents and police. In addition, several houses have been burnt down by residents protesting the police officers' killing of an innocent man. This led to violent clashes between police and residents, contributing to the death of 2 other people who were shot by the police.
Chanzo cha hii mambo yote ilikuwa ni kifo cha kijana huyo ambaye anaitwa Sidney Lihanda, ambaye alikuja kukorofishana na mzee hapa kwa hili boma. Ilishuhudia umati wa watu wengi wakiwa na misoso na polisi. Polisi ikiwa imemsulia mzee kumprotect na familia yake, na hiyo furuku haikuisha, ilizidi kukua nyingi.
Likuyani MP Innocent Mugabe has condemned the incidents, calling on Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to intervene. Residents are also demanding justice for their loved ones.
Sasa mimi nafanya kazi. Sara akanipigia simu akaniambia usikuje kona huko sio kuzuri, usikuje kona. Sasa mimi nafanya kazi, ndugu yangu akakuja akaniita, anaitwa Tito. Atiidi kuja koone, si kwenda kwanza, nikadhani maybe ananilia siji vitu gani. Boina akakuja akaniambia, wewe bibi yako amekufa.
Mimi nataka haki itendeke. Mtoto wetu hawana wazazi peke yao.
The police also claim that 6 of their colleagues were seriously injured following the clashes, and one of their vehicles was damaged. The increase in spending in all 47 counties has been attributed to a manual payroll, a scheme that simplifies payments to unpaid workers. This is according to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission before the Senate Accounts Committee. EACC CEO Abdi Mahmood has also linked the high cost of salaries to poor management, abuse of office, and conflict of interest. EACC is currently investigating corruption scandals where over 5 billion shillings has been stolen in various counties.
Issue of management of the process of actually implementing that particular bill if it becomes law. Initially the thought was EACC should be the implementing agency, which also has powers to appoint other agencies, for example Parliamentary Service Commission or Judiciary Service Commission, that had serious problem with EACC being the agency to manage the conflict of interest, or to enforce, let me say to enforce. But the bill was also providing for that clause which says EACC can appoint other agencies to receive, for example, the wealth declaration assets for their employees.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Lydiahs, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The IRB Rugby Sevens is back, and the spotlight will be on South Africa, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Los Angeles. In the spirit of supporting Kenyan sports, M-Pesa has stepped up as the perfect wingman, helping our Shujaz and Lionesses conquer the world. Look out for the tackles, the speed, the tries, and the victory dances, all powered by M-Pesa. As Team Kenya competes across the globe, M-Pesa Global enables your cross-border payments. Get ready for an exhilarating, thrilling, and unforgettable rugby season, proudly powered by M-Pesa. Send and receive money worldwide with M-Pesa Global.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 10 minutes after 6 o'clock and it is the 11th of March. A very, very good morning to you and getting into Tuesday and doing so on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we are all here clicking in. Well, 2 out of 3. Well, it's a good place to start. Aseto, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
At least it's dry today. It's not wet.
Gotcha. It rained from 3 p.m. yesterday, 4 p.m. and then into the night. We are told that it's going to continue for today. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's dry for now, but the rains are officially here.
Yeah. The next few months, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of months they say.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite some. Uko salama lakini?
Ashkuru. Can't complain.
Very, very good.
Very good.
Very good. Getting to Sitia na Salimia Raia.
Yes, yeah. MCA. After Kitty.
I'm telling you. Hey, he'll be here with us in a minute and getting into some conversations. Let's tell you, now that we have established that we are fine for the 2 out of 3 of us that are here, a number of stuff lined up today, and let's just get into it in terms of what those conversations will be, shall we? We will have a conversation at 7 a.m. with Dr. Barak Maluka. We're going to be talking about the puzzle of the Raila Ruto bond. He's had some things to say about this before and in terms of what could possibly happen. And then after this has all been, kind of done, let's see then, what the intrigues are. And it would be good to get his perspective as we delve into that particular conversation. And let me tell you, just now, give 3 claps. 1, 2, 3. CT 2, 3, 4. CT 5, 6, 7. CT amekuja. Ako hapa. Na sisi. Tukiendele. CT, good morning.
Morning. Yes. I was catching up.
You were, of course. You were salumiaing your constituents.
Yes, we're catching up.
Silver folk anasumbua. Silver folk anasumbua.
One of the things I love about the morning is Dennis talks to himself.
Hey, it makes you happy, I mean.
I'm very happy. Hey. Dennis, am I included in that discussion?
Oh, yes. Okay. Wewe uko fine?
Niko sawa.
Na mvua ilinyesha jana, tulikuwa tunaongea mambo hiyo leo sasa.
It did. But we knew it was going to rain.
Yeah, it's going to continue for
It's going to continue. This was just a hiatus.
Yeah.
But it'll continue, and when it comes, it'll be fast and extremely furious.
Indeed.
Yes.
It will be. Sasa tulikuwa tunawaambia watu vile tutakuwa tunazungumza leo. Can you hear me?
Mlikuwa mnaelezana juu ya orodha ya mazungumzo ya leo.
Kabisa.
Tumechukua fursa.
Yeah. Na mkondo mwingine.
Tukiingilia
hapa
wadfa.
Kushoto.
Wadfa na bugdha.
Matamchi.
Kuna wanafunzi na kuna wanafunzi. Yes. Kuna wengine ambao ni wanafunzi na wako walimu.
Yes. So, Kwamba, Dr. Barak Maluka will join us at 7 o'clock. So we have that conversation now that we have seen CT in all his glory. And then, so yesterday, he, tried to take a stab at it. Didn't quite work out. But Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, will take... Let's see if the second time will be a charm today, and he's to join us at 8 o'clock. We're still going to be looking at the issue of the opposition. It's an important conversation to have, and we have said, okay, fine, let's try again and come today at 8. And then at 9 o'clock, the neglected voice of the youth. It seems to be that the voice of the youth is being neglected. Nobody's listening to what we are saying. Mwangu Atemo is a legal and compliance officer at KANU being the party. And Otieno Mokai is an advocate, a youth leader. And we're going to be talking about, okay, so everybody's been throwing, it's almost become like when we talk about the political space, if we don't throw in youth, it has become like a buzzword. But then what is it? And if that voice is to be heard, how? So that's the conversation that we will then have at 9 o'clock today. So getting into it this morning, Asante Sana for being here. And even as we do have those conversations with you, it's always good to know that you guys are clicking in to the room. Our YouTube, Facebook and X streams are up, and also soon to be joined by our audiences on KTN Home this morning. And even as we say hello to you, let's just get into it this morning, shall we? Don Sabwa, we see you. After all that grand magnanimity handshake resulting to MOU, where is the people's share? That's Dewey.
People's share.
They didn't talk about that.
There's such a thing, is there?
Well, one would assume that the people's share is, something that you would bring into the conversation. But so Don is asking that question to Miss Alimiwa. Good morning, good morning. Cyprian Kambuni says good morning from Dayton in Minnesota. And tuned in from Tamu, Rose Grace is also here this morning. And from Bonnie Lake, Washington, Joe Mungai is tuned in and says that with broad-based government now installed, every poor man is on his own. I don't know that before that they were not, but okay. Munich, Germany is where Jimmy Wekesa is tuned in from. Agri Momanyi, you've given me a very difficult thing to say. Mominchoria imi tagana mosaraibu. It's definitely in Kisi. Bas.
Is that in Kisi?
Yes, it means the early bird catches the worm. And there's a little bird sitting on my shoulder telling me this thing.
Yes, Mosrabatit again.
The Mosrabatit. Mominchoria imi tangana mosaraibu.
Okay, it's Mosraibu.
Mosraibu.
Mosnaibu.
Mosainya. Where? Okay. Now, Nyaboke has interpreted for us, and it says it's a perfect definition of the spice family. The early bird catches the worm. Indeed. Do you think birds feel nice when they eat worms? It just seems a little bit gross, but that's really going off on a totally different tangent. I was just thinking
why don't we just give it an equivalent? How do we feel, those of you who are carnivorous, when you're chomping on steak? What do you think?
Can you make chomwa vizuri bwana?
But see, that is now worm tata.
Ew. What? It's nasty. Daniel Estimate is tuned in from Turkana. That's it. Yesterday I was watching some videos of Turkana. Oh my goodness. Beautiful spots in Turkana.
Which part?
There was the hot springs. There's a part of the warm lake, and then also looking at some of the fishing activities that take place there. Beautiful waters.
Huge.
They're white
the waters,
beaches.
There are beaches in Turkana,
yes.
And I was like, you know what, this place I must
listen
go.
To what this man has said. White sandy
beaches.
When it rains, when it rains. Where? Major town there is called what?
Tidri?
Think. With an L.
Lodwar.
Yes.
The water, the river runs through the town.
Yeah.
Now, just hold your breath. Imagine a situation where there are shallow graves.
Yeah, I would imagine what would happen with that.
Bodies floating.
Yeah.
Through the town. When it rains, and there are times it has rained exactly as I'm describing.
Yeah.
But a beautiful place.
I watched those videos yesterday and I said, this one I must. Beautiful. So yes, good morning to you from Turkana, Daniel. Robert Mbogo says good morning. Tune in from Naivasha. We thank Almighty for the rains indeed, and the dust is gone. There's always something to be grateful for. Happy Tuesday, says Monica Oile. Hello, Princess Ndusiti and Aseto. Rutoism. Rutoism, can it be equated with jingoism? Is what I think should go. Lawlessness, theft of taxes, breakdown of public sector, speaking with two sides of the mouth, disdain for citizenry. That's what you think should go. I hear you. Elvis Kirando says good morning. Tuned in, Erica War. Good morning. We thank God for the rains indeed. Anyone with farmland, ensure you don't leave it idle. This is Nick Bala giving that advice this morning. Robinson Kisero is in Hong Kong and says good morning to everybody. Good morning, my good people, says Dr. Van Vick. And Rahimtullah Omar is tuned in from Colchester in the UK. Good morning, everybody. Now, Apenda Sana wishing you a blessed day ahead. Carol, good morning to you. Good morning, says Bethwell. I'm happy to have tuned in from Kilifi County. My worry with this, our beautiful country, is how comes money is being used without planning. Telling you.
It's actually used without plan.
Where?
Just not the plan you thought it should be used for.
At least guys in Kilifi will soon get an express what do you call it? Yeah.
Well, something. From
They'll get a new
Kilifi to
road from Mombasa
all the way to Kilifi. Yeah. This one I'm ready for, actually. Nyadi Chukunzira says, good morning. I was not ready for yesterday's opening bite. I know Ednah is doing some magic there. James Kamau is also tuned in from Forney in Texas. Good morning, beautiful Ndu. Well, good morning to you, CT and Aseto.
Just go.
Ageno. Uchie umaber.
I suppose.
You suppose?
You woke up well.
You are supposing right. Salamu kutoka Tampa Bay. Good morning to you, Oktin. Jose Mahinda says, good morning, my good people. Good morning, my good people. CT, Princess Ndu and Dennis. I have always maintained that Mr. Ruto has not changed and will never change. Really? Kondele is where fishermen, interestingly enough, is tuned in from. Good morning, says Dickneys. Good morning to you. Agola, Ndu dropping the Swahili words. Can you imagine? Anything lately, says Jambo from Cold Shanghai. Keep up the good work, Asante Sana. Good morning, says Stephen. And Mutuflani is also tuned in this morning. Enjoy long life to you too, Asante. Hesbon Sidon is also tuned in. Rogers Lies here. Mr. Guy says the early bird catches the worm. Indeed, it does. Ben, we see you. Good morning. Also, good morning to you too, Adero. CT is in the shirt that he likes. Ati what? CT likes your shirt. That long story that he has used to say that he likes your shirt.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's a person who has good taste.
Sindio. Yes, Agola. Turkana actually does have white sandy beaches. My take says we will seem to be using Windows XP. Let's upgrade to Windows 10. Sawa basi. Watching from Washington DC is Mwanga. Isa says good morning as well. Nikolokt Nambele kama mfuko ya shati. Good morning, my favorites. LD is listening. Owen Karaoke is tuned in as well. Dr. Lo injected properly. Proper. Mwana Wango says good morning, watching from USA. And Ahmed, we see you, brother. Good morning. Cosmos Mariel is tuned in from Pennsylvania. CT, say Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Well done. And Min Jawar Jaber says assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. CT say Kinshasa.
You've just said it. I don't know.
Who are we but to enjoy this morning? Tulingia nani Gabon jana?
Yeah.
Tell us the proverb for today, CT.
Well, I will. This country was ruled by the Bongo family from 1967 yes, to 2023. The gentleman who was the first president was called Omar Bongo. 1967 to, my goodness, this guy ruled to 2007. He passed away. Then his son Ali Bongo took over in 2007. In 2023, the military said, thank you very much. We would like to help you with a little ruling of the country. It was considered one of the richest countries on this continent, oil rich. Unfortunately, that wealth didn't trickle down to everybody. The poverty levels for those who are poor were extreme, and those who are wealthy were extremely wealthy. This seems to be the curse of this continent. An opportunity to ensure that everybody benefits from the wealth of their country, and yet somehow the thinking behind it seems to elude very many leaders. It's a tragedy of the continent. But it's a tragedy that must come to an end. No, let me repeat that sentence. It's a tragedy that must be brought to an end.
Yes.
Yes. A fool looks for dung where a cow never browsed. A fool looks for dung where a cow never browsed.
Yep. Don't go looking for something where it's not.
Where it can't possibly
Where it cannot possibly be found.
Yeah.
Indeed. Don't go looking for something where it cannot possibly be found. True.
Yeah. Looking for polar bears in Kenya.
Well, like I referred to my auntie. You're looking for a husband, you're sitting in the house.
And that auntie of yours is smart. The houses, you don't find husbands in houses.
No. You must go.
And neither do you find wives in houses.
Exactly. You're looking for a wife, you're sitting in the house. No. Cannot be.
Get out there and be seen, yeah?
Absolutely. Or see. Get out there and see or be seen. Yeah. Let's look into the headlines, shall we? And we start on Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, and the front lines, magnificent duo. And you wonder who those are. These two ladies, one being the controller of budget, the other being the auditor general, in the names of Nancy Gathongo and Margaret Nyakango. At a time when independent institutions are weakened and Parliament appears increasingly aligned with the executive, Auditor General Nancy Gathongo and Controller of Budget Margaret Nyakango have remained unwavering public watchdogs, championing accountability in the use of public resources despite intense scrutiny and accusations of corruption from MPs. They remain steadfast in their commitment to serving the country. And some of the quotes from different members of Parliament. Kisii Senator: "These two women are my heroes. They are the last line of defense in this country. If you look at the issues they are raising, no man can deal with them." Kimani Ichung'wah, who is the National Assembly Majority Leader: "The Office of the Controller of Budget needs to style up. County governments are suffering. Speak to any governor. They will tell you that they have to bribe officers in that office to get their expenditures approved." Edwin Sifuna, Nairobi Senator, says, "Madam Gathongo, you are now the person standing on guard for the resources of this country. We who are believers in transparency and proper utilization of funds in this country are with you." Junet Mohammed, who is the National Assembly Minority Leader: "For every approval, you must part with something. Governors are saying it everywhere, that for us to get approval from the COB office, we must give some money." Diana Gishenga, who is the Institute of Social Accountability TISA Executive Director: "We condemn in the strongest terms the intimidation and intensified conversation around the law aimed at limiting powers and the independence of the Auditor General. Some actions constitute a direct assault of institutional integrity and accountability." So this story we'll look into details later. But yeah, it seems like these two women are at the forefront of keeping folks accountable and keeping them righteous. Kisii leaders divided over Raila heckling. That happened on Sunday. There are several leaders who've risen up to say certain things. How Trump tariffs could hurt the shilling. Not that will they, it's how they will. It looks like it's going to be. It's interesting. Yesterday, we saw that Trump also made an announcement and he said, you know what? We're going to freeze all federal credit cards. Because, officers have the opportunity to walk around with a card that's funded by the state. So the folks who, of course, hold these cards took it to court. Court says, actually, you have no jurisdiction to do that. You cannot say that we're going to freeze the cards. You can only talk about the amounts. Trump said, okay, fine. Give them back their cards, but they have a limit of spend of $1. You have to give it to the guy. He's, And also some other headlines that are coming out in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. A man who set up a police patrol base said he had the backing of top officers. This man had the effrontery and audacity to set up a police post. He painted it. He put the insignia of the country on the doors. It was blue like every other police post that you will see, until folks realized, hang on a minute, this thing is not real. But then he's coming out to say, excuse me, even your people knew that I was doing this thing and they had given me the thumbs up. But we'll look into that story as well. Should be interesting.
Only in Kenya, is it?
I'm telling you.
Only in Kenya. And you operated for 6 months?
For 6 months.
6 months.
I wonder who was at the OB desk, but okay.
What about the guys who were arrested and jailed?
Exactly.
Which court were they taken to?
Wonder.
Oh my God. Jeez. Only in Kenya. Now let's look at the Daily Nation. Now, civil servants reject the Shah deal. Work boycott civil servants have warned of a strike beginning March 18th if the government fails to address their grievances on the new medical scheme run by the Social Health Authority, saying they are being forced to fundraise to meet their medical needs because the state-run scheme is not working. We continue talking about Shah. It is a subject of debate as well. And Unity Test, Raila men skip Ruto tour in Nairobi. And 3 ODM lawmakers from Nairobi skipped the first leg of President's extensive tour of the capital yesterday, pointing to a possible political defiance against the cooperation deal. Senator Edwin Sifuna, Embakasi East MP Babu Owino and Westlands MP Timothy Wanyonyi were conspicuously absent in Kamkunji constituency, where Dr. Ruto began his day's activities. If you remember, during the signing of the agreement, what did Sifuna say? I am Edwin Sifuna. Senator, Nairobi County, and in my position as the SG, I am therefore signing this deal.
Exactly.
Yeah, and alcohol, drugs, and friendly fire. Questions continue to mount on why officers are armed with service-issue weapons when off-duty and drinking in bars. National Police Service standing orders require that all officers must return their guns to the armory when not in duty. Shooting incidents have also raised questions on the mental health of officers serving in critical areas, including guarding VIPs. On this show, we always ask that question. How is the mental state of officers serving in this republic? It's being raised on the paper today. And teachers dismissal by TAC for flirting with girl on Instagram upheld. Tutor also sexually abused the learner in an office inside school's computer laboratory. Those are stories making the headlines
Is
on
that guy in jail?
the Nation. Sorry?
That person is in
Yes, he's been sentenced to 25 years.
Yeah, 25. Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yes. Yes.
Do we cane prisoners anymore, or we just jail you?
I don't know.
Oh, viboko 10. Nakufunga na viboko 10. Yeah.
Oh, really? That was the thing?
Used to.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
With 12 strokes of the cane. Just one a day, like this. One a week.
Like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or spread 25 canes in 25 years. So every year you have a cane.
One.
Yeah,
just one.
Just keep you alert.
Okay.
Chikakuta. Lala chini.
Ouch. Okay.
City, what do we have?
I'm looking at the East African. There's a story here that I think you'll find interesting. This is a story revolving around DRC. The many problems that we find still ongoing in DRC. These problems have not abated. But the DRC government has offered a reward of $5 million.
For who?
Anybody who captures leaders.
Leader of M23.
It's an alliance, actually.
Yeah.
There are 3 people in that alliance. So if you find them, you will have to divide this money with whoever else finds the other 2. But
who is giving this money? Is it DRC that has $5 billion to give out?
Yeah.
Or
DRC.
is their partners who's
No, DRC.
ponying up the cash?
DRC, Tshisekedi.
He has $5 million to give out. Okay.
He has no. I don't know that he has $5 million. He has said.
He says they will give. That's why I'm asking where it's coming from.
So that one. Remember, Goma talking Bukavu. Okay. The thing about Congo that makes it wonderful, that's a very huge country.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you find a rebel force has actually captured 2 major towns, the thing that then happens is business is disrupted.
Yep.
Because it's a passageway to other countries. It's disrupted. But then we're told something good. HKD is now willing to sit down and chat. There's that conversation that's about to take place. So it is good that people shake hands. It is good that people talk. It is good that brothers get together and decide on a positive way forward. Just thumping, not a good thing. But more importantly, they should get to the heart of the matter.
Yeah. And quickly.
Yeah. Because one of the guys who is actually the leader, who's being sought after, was actually head of the Electoral Commission in DRC at some point.
Oh, how nifty. Okay.
Yes, so it's not as though it's just somebody from the Nyamulenge community. DRC is a vast country.
It is.
And has many people and many communities.
It does.
And it is probably the wealthiest country on the planet.
It is.
Probably. So there are people who thrive and benefit. Shame that we in the East African community cannot find a solution for our brothers because they're part of us. Those of us in the AU, it's a shame that we cannot find a solution for this.
It's very sad.
It's a shame that we have to look for outsiders to come and find a solution to a problem that is actually ours. But there it is.
Tupatie headlines haraka haraka alafu.
All right, that one I had to say.
I get you.
Star.
Bas.
Try rabbit therapy as a natural way of healing.
Huh?
Okay. Scientists at the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock, that's Caltro, are encouraging farmers to keep rabbits not only for food and fertilizer, but also for therapy. Okay?
How?
See, headlines, I'll tell you the story later.
Oh, okay.
Yes. That is just to get you feel rabbit for not food, but therapy. Okay? Web of deceit haunts county payroll system, Gadongo. Auditor General Nancy Gathunga has exposed what could be wanton theft of public in payroll fraud in the counties. A devastating report. Gathunga says county governments are manipulating payroll systems and siphoning millions.
Okay.
Well, she's provided proof to something that had been anecdotally spoken of for a very long time. Okay. Now, bang in the middle of the paper.
No, you have to say it properly, CT.
Okay. A bang in the middle of the paper.
Exactly.
All right. All lawmakers do is fill transport form. God. All lawmakers do is fill transport form. What are we talking about?
Mileage.
Hypothetical monthly salary of an MP from Mandera. Hypothetical. This is the for example. What is it for example for? Huge rip-off. Fake mileage cash scandal shake up MPs.
Yes.
These guys are not shaken. If they're not jailed, no shaking.
Akuna.
Gross salary 725,000 shillings.
Nice.
Committee sitting 120,000 shillings.
Lovely.
Remember, he was employed to sit. Mileage allowance 1.2 million shillings. Sorry.
Mileage.
What?
Yeah, allowance.
Go.
Car maintenance allowance 356,000. Airtime 15,000. Yes, please.
Sorry. This 1.2 million mileage, I know we're going to go into the details. In fact, when we come back from the break, we should start with that story. 1.2 million mileage, is it fuel?
Fuel.
That's entering your car, or
Yes.
did you climb plane?
No. Mileage allowance means
fuel.
Mandera is far away. So if you drive to this place which is far away and use fuel, arithmetic back and forth just comes around 1.2
million.
Madala.
Yes. So total is 2,417. This is just for example.
2,000. 2 million.
That's 1,000.
You did.
Yeah, you see, million, my mind doesn't quite grasp those things easily. So let me just mention 2,417,000. That is the amount that we are speaking about. Okay? So sub Business Daily, 424 million spent on Raila's failed AU bid. Okay. 500 million shillings was spent on Raila's failed AU bid.
I have refused.
$500 million.
No.
$500 million.
Yes.
No. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
The Defense Committee said that yesterday.
I've refused.
Fresh data submitted to Parliament shows.
Akuna.
Even me, I don't. I mean, I want it itemized.
No.
Yeah.
I want to know how. Where?
My money.
My God.
Right. Kenya Power pays 2.58 billion debt to US geothermal firm. Okay. Kenya Power has done what? Paid 2.8 billion. You know, I'm having problem with figures this morning. You know, I moved from 100,000, moved to a million. Kumbe, I'd moved to a billion. I didn't know.
And you didn't know.
It's 2.58 billion shillings, okay? Treasury CBK's emergency loan charges dip by 17%. Charges in the government's overdraft facility. Government has overdraft facility at central bank, okay? Dipped by 17%. Okay, fine. It has dipped. Taxes from beer, fuel, car, cosmetics, sales flat in half year, meaning it didn't go up. It is constant. You and your flat. Bang in the middle of this paper. Okay? RBA to block under 50s from pension savings. Really? The Retirement Benefits Authority is pushing to stop workers from accessing their pension savings before attaining the age of 50 through proposed changes that are aimed at helping contributors build a decent retirement nest egg. That story is a bit faulty.
Tutaangalia kwa details tukirudi.
That needs to be explained further.
Tukitoka
You're
hivi.
telling me I can't withdraw my money when I want to withdraw it. What do you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
And it is my money. It's my money.
Paka ufike 50 CT.
Ukiweka vitu kwa roho CT.
Just breathe.
Mimi sikuweka mambo hii kwa roho, gazeti ndio imeweka.
So let's take a break. Wait, time has gone. We're looking at weather and traffic. We're going to come back and continue looking at some of these stories in detail. Sawa, don't go away. After this, we'll be back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
16 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. It's 15 and cloudy in Nakuru and cloudy at 14 into Nyeri. Cloudy conditions at 14 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is cloudy at 28. We'll see cloudy conditions at 27 for some part. Then into sunny conditions in Malindi. It's cloudy at 20 into Kisumu, while at 18 Kakamega is cloudy. Kampala is partly cloudy at 17 this morning, with Dar es Salaam at 28 and cloudy as well. Johannesburg is cloudy at 15, and we'll see mostly sunny conditions at 26 in Mogadishu and 14 with partly sunny conditions in Addis Ababa. It's cloudy at 26 in Lagos, with cloudy conditions at 24 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 32. We're looking into a hazy Beijing at 12 and a cloudy Paris at 4 degrees. It's 7 degrees and cloudy into London, with 10 degrees and clear. New York on Monday night, coming into Tuesday.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
So, indeed, there was all sorts of traffic all over the place yesterday, and that was with the rain. So let's take a look at what it will look like today, getting into Tuesday. Some traffic then as we're getting into some parts of the city, already starting to build on the Thika Superhighway today, and we're seeing some of that coming towards Survey. We saw also some traffic. We'll see also some traffic. It's coming in from Githurai. And on the Eastern Bypass, that has already started to clog up. Folks are thinking about what will happen through the morning. Waiyaki Way is okay. Gong Road is also starting to pile up from what we see, as well as coming in from Langata Road. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this and see how it all opens up this Tuesday. We'll talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 19 minutes to 7 o'clock, looking at some of these stories in detail. Fuel. It's in the star.
Problem is this, all you need is to have a form, you fill it, you claim, you're paid.
No question asked. You can go today and say, I have a form, I need 400,000 for
the
fuel.
Form. No, you fill the form. When you're an MP, we know where you come from.
Yeah.
Okay? Like if you're MP for Makadara here in Nairobi, you cannot claim 1.2 million shillings. We know where Makadara is.
Yeah, we know that it's going to take you.
You can even take a bus.
How can you take a bus if you're a member?
No, the buses go there, okay, regularly. And there are many. Okay, if you don't like bus matatu, but there are many.
Okay, so.
Okay? But Mandera is far.
Okay. How long does it take you to get from Nairobi to Mandera? A day?
It's probably a day.
Probably a day, yeah.
12 hours, 13 hours?
Those,
by road?
Thereabouts.
Okay, and so we're also assuming that members of parliament are driving from Mandera to Nairobi.
The car may go there. It may not be the car, but the car may go to Mandera.
Okay. So this mileage that we're talking about is actually for fuel for vehicle, because vehicle maintenance from that story is totally different from this mileage. N'est-ce Okay.
The payment is 152 shillings per kilometer.
Okay.
So now you just need to multiply the kilometer, number of times the person has traveled. I think the system in and of itself is good.
So what's the scandal?
The scandal is that some of these guys have not even left
but they're claiming the mileage.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing a report here which says the maximum monthly reimbursable mileage shall be calculated based on 52 weeks a year as follows. Maximum monthly reimbursable mileage is equal to maximum weekly return journey in kilometers times 52 weeks multiplied by 152.6 times 12 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen,
so that is weekly. Do they go to that weekly though?
I know members of parliament who go to their constituencies weekly, some fortnightly. But if you're talking about far-flung places, there's hardly any place in this country where you can't fly to now.
Yes.
Hardly. I can't think of a place you can't fly to, in all sincerity.
Wow.
I can't. Mention a place. Just mention a place.
That you can't fly to.
Well, think of a place you can't fly. You can fly anywhere.
You can fly anywhere, really?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Kapenguria, you can fly there.
You can.
Kacheliba.
You can.
You can fly anywhere. When I say anywhere, I mean literally. Now, places that are far-flung, like Lodwar, like Mandera, like Ojir, you even have regular flights to those places.
Yes.
Okay? So you can decide and choose. You only need to go to Wilson to look at how busy that airport is.
It is.
But the problem that is being mentioned here is the element of trust is what was put in place. It was believed that MPs would do the right thing and that they would actually claim for what it is. But the report is saying that that isn't quite the same. People just claim willy-nilly. Okay? The problem of claiming isn't the problem. It's a symptom. We are thieves. Okay? We have decided that it is correct to steal. It is right to falsify things. It is right. And you pitch a proper fit and you want to lambast the person who dares claim that you're a thief when all evidence shows that you are a thief.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm just thinking, even when it comes to claiming that money, is it backed by receipts? Is it backed by mileage on your vehicle before you left and after?
Dennis,
is it backed?
Form. This is why this is the thing. Form. Everything you say is now what brings about the story.
The story, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But all you require is form. You would have thought it requires a picture of that odometer before
and after. Yeah.
Okay? Then again before and after.
So what we're saying is that due diligence is not being done. You just have to go present your form, you fill the thing.
That's it.
You're given the money, you move. And nobody's asking you after the fact to come and show you the thing.
In my opinion, is not the bad thing. When somebody has such a lofty office, we should trust them, to be honest.
Yeah.
But now, if you are our lawmakers and it is being imputed that you're this dishonest, surely where are we?
Yeah.
Are we not in trouble?
Proper. Now, how many things are actually finding their way under the table, or in this case, in broad daylight, that are not being accounted for? Expressway tickets, this, that, the other thing. You just come and fill a form. Half the people who are taking the form and releasing this pay are not even looking at the details of the thing.
There are others.
Your mileage is 1.5 times your salary.
You're talking about even mileage. Let's talk about sitting allowance to just do your job.
Yeah, we're paying you on top to do your job. Yeah.
Someone just shows up inside the National Assembly. Bonyeza kidole, get out.
But consider also who are the people who determine what they're paying, how they're paid.
It's them.
It is them.
So really, all these allowances. So and that's sitting. What if you're in mini committees and you sit for each of these committees? That's also money.
Oh yeah, it's 5,000 a sitting.
Sitting.
Yeah, just sitting in a committee.
All right, if we were to give the, for example.
Hey God, please.
Actually, you'd find a member of parliament is in 4 committees that are sitting on a specific day, and they would attend all
of them,
including the sittings in the National Assembly. So you find in a day, say, around some 30,000-40,000.
See,
right, we were looking at the Business Daily.
Because tell us a story about the bunnies.
Bunnies are supposed to be therapeutic for children who are autistic and children who have disabilities. Rabbits, by their fuzzy nature, offer comfort, and they have a gentle disposition. That's what they were leading to.
Also, you should get a pet.
Pet. But we must be careful. Brothers like eating rabbits. This is for keeping, so that it's pet. You see, me, this thing of chicken pet, I've never forgotten.
I'm telling you.
It can't survive.
No. Rabbit pet.
Yes, rabbit pet I can understand. Yes. The thing is this, animals have been known, actually, to provide companionship for people with disabilities. The ones that are most common are people who have sight disabilities. And dogs have been trained to act as wonderful companions.
Yeah.
If you read and watch clips and videos about what some of these dogs can do, it is fantabulous.
Seeing eye dogs, I know.
Yes.
Crazy.
Fantabulous stuff that they do. But the same thing with children who grow up around pets and how it is that they relate to pets and what it is that it does to their emotion. The thing about animals, like say dogs, they are very faithful.
Completely. No matter how badly you treat them, interestingly enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
They make wonderful companions and wonderful friends. Yes. If you ever kept a pet as a dog, you'd know. I have.
A dog as a pet.
So I'm actually, what did I say?
A pet as a dog.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
And you see, as we talk about rabbits, starts last week. There's a story that we did on TV, and the number of Kenyans consuming rabbit meat in Nairobi has shot up.
But no, we're saying that you need to keep them like fuzzy bunny.
Over and above fuzzy bunny. Okay, over and above the eating, you can fuzzy bunny them.
You can fuzzy bunny. So there's supposed to be some kind of therapeutic thing for okay.
Yes.
That's interesting. A lot of animals do that for a lot of folks.
Yeah.
Okay, very interesting. Let's look at the story of the Integrity Sisters, shall we?
Let's go.
That's what the Standard is calling them. Why politicians love to hate these public servants. 2 officers tasked with monitoring the utilization of public finance have become the focus of attention due to the unflattering reports from the women leading them. For these officers, mathematics is a language, and more than that, more often than not, the officers in charge attract both praise and criticism in equal measure. The steely determination of these 2 women has caused ripples in political circles. Auditor General Nancy Gathongo and Controller of Budget Margaret Nyakango, both fellows of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, strive to deliver on their mandate as independent officers. As a result, they have earned a place on the wall of fame at one end and on the list of shame on another. Some MPs have turned up the heat on Nyakango and Gathongo based on their reports, which reveal massive irregularities in public expenditure. Both Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and Minority Leader Junet Mohammed have accused the Office of the Controller of Budget of massive corruption. Ichung'wah said that neither of these officers should be left unchecked, asserting that Parliament has the responsibility to monitor them. The story goes on and on, but I'm going to stop there because the job of the Controller of Budget is to do just that. She says that based on budgets that have been presented, whether it's at the national level that comes from John Baddy's office or whether it's at the county level when you do your CIPDs, right? All of that comes about and there's a budget. So the budget is done. You bring it essentially to her office and you say, okay, based on budget now we would like to spend. She then says, okay, because of 1, 2, 3, go ahead and spend. That's her job. Or declines for you to spend because it is not budgeted for. Then she comes later and says, okay, these people at national level, county level have actually been on budget, or we find that they're obsolete because they have not spent money. That's how she can come about and say zero development because you budgeted, you were going to spend 100 million development. We've seen that absorption rates for certain things are low, so we say you've not met the mark. That's her job. Now, after the spend, in comes the Auditor General, who will come and she will look at everything that has been spent and she'll say, wait a minute, we are seeing here that where you said you spent money on this, we actually see that you spent 10 times that, and we cannot see the thing at the end of the day for which you spent. Or we've also come and we see that there are irregularities. One day it's 100, the next day it's 15, the day after it's 75. Then it needs to be constant.
Or you've spent it to a quality or levels that is not acceptable.
That is not acceptable, exactly. Or whereby we see that there should have been development to a certain amount. We're seeing that you guys are traveling and, hobnobbing all over the place. And that, according to what you have presented, she comes and basically gives you the result vis-a-vis what you presented. So that's her job, to then report on the spending. So one approves or denies you to spend. The other one reports then on what you spent. Now, that's their job, to present it. If anybody were to act on it, it actually comes back and rests in Parliament. Oversight and legislation. For you to now say, something is going on here. To date, unless I can be proven wrong, I do not know of a case whereby the Auditor General has made a report and said, you guys, there's something funky going on here, and Parliament has actually picked it up and sent it towards the investigating bodies, and that somebody, as a result of what the Auditor General has reported, then has had to pay. Have you heard
of
something like that?
No, not really. Have you?
Me, I have. That's what I've said. I've never heard. Even in the times of Eddie Okoh and before, I've never heard that Parliament would take up the responsibility and say, no, this massive spending, it doesn't equate to what it should. Let's take it up and deal.
Every time some people are having this tiff and chit chat with the Commission on Revenue Allocation, Parliament always comes up and says, even us, we need more money.
Yeah.
On that, they are fairly consistent.
Yeah.
Yes. I would like to see a day when they say we need to take a salary cut.
Yeah, things are tight. We don't have to travel all over the place.
No, but the money we earn isn't enough. People are always asking us for money.
We are always in harambes and matangas.
And calling that job, I thought you're the one who asked for the job.
Nobody removed you from your house early in the morning and said, come and want to do it.
Had you not figured out the lay of the land? Is this not surprising that someone works that hard and spends money for a job and then complains about the job that they themselves sought with such vigor and such energy?
But you see, even as we look at the opposition that is being brought about by, let's just look at what Kimani Ichung'wah and Junet Mohammed said. There is corruption in these offices, and because of that, we also have a government body, EACC, that handles these. So if you have reports of corruption, I assume you
take them
have
to the
evidence.
EACC.
You take them to EACC, report it to DCI.
Can you report yourself?
So why haven't they taken that matter to the EACC and DCI?
Can you report yourself?
When was the last time you heard of an MP or a member of parliamentarian taking a matter of misbehavior to the ICC? When? Have you ever heard?
Zero.
Precisely. So
clearly, those two should just let these great women do their job. Just play by the rules.
I think they are rattled. When you hear people commenting and you're wondering, okay, what exactly are you saying? These are government officials. They report.
And they can make recommendations, but at the end of the day, it is you. Yeah.
This is what we have found. Not this what we have created. No. It's what we have found. Why is it causing the jitters?
And the most interesting thing is the report is given to the same members of parliament
to interrogate. And even the issue that you're saying, why don't you go to the EUCC? Why don't you just query those things in parliament? And ask for further clarification? Or is that dialogue closed or something?
The problem is that somebody has actually called you out on your BS and told you, you know what, you people are spending money here that you shouldn't be spending money on, and we're just telling you.
But that 500, that $500 million shillings, me that one,
boss.
God almighty.
Sorry, excuse me. Can you look at that story?
Yes, we can. Revealed, that's what they say. Defense Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee on Monday disclosed that the National Treasury approved the withdrawal of the money under Article 223 of the Constitution. Okay.
We'll be looking at the article.
That's what I'm looking at. You look at it and tell us what this thing is supposed to say. I know what it says, but look it up and read. Okay. Someone may think I'm making these things up. Committee Chairman Nelson Belgut MP in United Democratic Alliance told the National Assembly's Liaison Committee that the money was spent to charter aircraft, hotel accommodation, airport transfers, and publicity and awareness creation.
500, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus some half a billion shillings was spent between the months of when and when, the last 1 year or so for this thing. Where did the money come from?
Okay, this hotel and travel. How many people were traveling at any given moment in time?
Which hotel were you staying in? The one under the sea?
No. $500 million shillings is a heck of a lot of money.
I'm asking where such monies come from. There must be a fund.
No, this one came from its emergency. Article 223.
Yes, 223.
Oh, it's the 223 money?
Yeah, it is the 223 money.
Okay.
That one.
Can you just use it when, something pops up and you say, okay, we can just take from here and use it? Or how does it work?
It can be abused under that Article 223.
Yeah.
It's been abused.
Is that one that you can take and then explain later?
That one. So
that one.
So now they're explaining later. Later meaning now.
Okay.
So Article 223 of the Constitution allows the national government to spend money that has not been appropriated. This is called supplementary appropriation.
That is it. That's the one.
They can explain later.
So now it's the later that they're explaining.
Yes,
542 million shillings. It's not a small one.
542 million.
Yesterday we were talking about 140 million shillings and
what it can do. Now multiply it by 4.
Yes, right.
Yes. We're talking about 7,000 kids going to school. Multiply by 4.
Yeah.
28.
How many dialysis machines?
90 nurses times 4.
Times 4.
No, sorry, 194 nurses.
But they're running around just on the continent, wasn't it?
Yeah, just here in Africa. Are you going to go to America and Europe to tell them to come and vote for you here in Africa?
No, what I'm wondering
just around here.
I'm just trying to figure out how many people went and how much was spent, even if you're eating and drinking.
The most expensive ticket, if let's just say you're going with Kenya Airways, within an African country, is $1,200. is $1,200.
Can we give them
That's
business
about 140,000 shillings.
That's business class.
Okay. No, business class is about double that.
Let's give them double that.
Okay, so we give them business class. Let us say that your posse is of 20 people.
No, let's give it 100.
Okay, your posse is 100 people.
Yes, 100 is a good number. Yes.
As time is going. Ooh, wait, let me just do this very quickly. Where is the calculator when you need it?
It's in the phone.
Thanks.
Left side. Yeah.
It was on the left side. So let's say your posse is 100 people times 220,000.
Yes.
That's 22 million shillings.
Okay.
We have not even reached 50 million.
Okay. Now multiply that. How many countries did he go to?
Let's say he went to all 54.
Multiply by 54.
By 54 times 54 is about 1.1 million.
Okay.
1.1 billion. So he didn't go to all 54.
No. That's why I said multiplied.
Multiplied.
We know it went around 20.
Yeah, it was less than that.
Yeah. So that if you divide that by say 5, or even by half,
it's crazy.
No. This thing.
Monumentally crazy. I'm telling you, that's the world that we live in. More conversations around this. Barack Maluka will be in the hot seat at 7 o'clock. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah. Ubaga's heavy rains pound most parts of the country. The government is warning of an increased risk of flooding. The Ministry of Interior and National Administration is urging stakeholders to enhance flood safety preparedness. The ministry also announced that security measures are in place at all bus termini and other strategic locations to ensure the safe movement of vehicles and people, especially school children. The Kenya Meteorological Department on Saturday issued a 3-day heavy rainfall alert. Reke police officers have intercepted and arrested a group of youth attempting to breach security at State House, Nairobi. The elite security team acted swiftly, preventing any unauthorized access to the highly protected premises. Witnesses reported a tense standoff before the suspects were subdued and taken into custody. Authorities have yet to disclose the identities or motives of the individuals involved, but preliminary investigations are underway. The National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, well known to us as NACADA, has raised alarm about the increasing use of Airbnb accommodations as a hub for illegal drug activity and alcohol abuse. In a statement, NACADA revealed that private rental spaces, particularly those listed on platforms such as Airbnb, are increasingly being used as venues for drug-fueled parties, illegal alcohol consumption, and in some cases, fatal overdose. The authority stated that in collaboration with law enforcement agencies, it has increased its crackdown on illegal drug operations in entertainment venues, residential areas, and urban centers. Now, doctors employed by the Nairobi County government have raised concerns over salary delays and stalled promotions. The over 300 doctors say that the county government has also ignored their welfare.
Be honest, Nairobi County has really disappointed us. We've had engagements with them since 2023 and they have fulfilled none of them whatsoever. So today we are here because we want to put pressure to the county so that they can fulfill their promises. Yes. Some of the things which they actually told us, which the county is doing illegally, they're dismissing doctors illegally. Imagine waking up and getting a dismissal letter without any protocols followed, without even a show cause letter, without even any warning letter.
Meanwhile, clinical officers who've been on strike for the last 3 weeks have called on President William Ruto to intervene and streamline the implementation of SHA to alleviate the suffering of patients. Kenya Clinical Officers Association President Moses Konde claimed that there is a deliberate scheme by SHA to sideline clinical officers despite their pivotal role in the healthcare system. Now, grief continues to grip Luanda village in Kakamega County after 2 people were shot dead in clashes between residents and police. This led to violent clashes between police and residents, contributing to the death of 2 people who were shot.
Chanzo cha hii mambo yote ilikuwa ni ni kifo cha kijana huyu ambaye anaitwa Sydney Lihanda, ambaye alikuja kukorofishana na mzee hapa kwa hili boma. Ilishuhudia umati wa watu wengi wakiwa na misoso na polisi. Polisi ikiwa imemsulia mzee kumprotect na familia yake, na hiyo furuku haikuisha, ilizidi kukua nyingi.
Likuyani MP Innocent Mugabe has condemned the incident, calling on Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen and the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to intervene. Residents are also demanding justice for their loved ones.
Sasa mimi nafanya kazi. Sara akanipigia simu akaniambia usikuje kona huko sio kuzuri, usikuje kona. Sasa mimi nafanya kazi. Ndugu yangu akakuja akaniita, anaitwa Tito. Ati kuja koone, si kwenda kwanza, nikadani maybe ananilia siji vitu gani. Boina akakuja akaniambia, wewe bibi yako amekufa.
Mimi nataka haki itendeke. Mtoto wetu hawana wazazi peke yao.
That's the news wire. I'm Lau Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, at 5 minutes after 7 o'clock, we're looking at traffic having built in certain parts of the city already. As you're trying to get into the CBD this morning, we will see that there will be just a little bit of a hold up right around Jago Road, taking you through towards Landis. Haile Selassie in and outbound does have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. So it's going to be pretty busy this morning. It's still dry for now, but we know that the rains will come back at some point during the day. It's going to slow everybody down. The Thika Superhighway, some traffic as well coming in from Githurai going out towards Survey today, and that has slowed down quite some. And also some traffic on Kiambu Road is very, very busy as you approach Muthaiga Square. It's also busy coming off of Manyanja Road, crossing over towards Jagoro on the other side, and the Eastern Bypass giving some traffic as you get towards North Airport Road and then out towards the Cabanas interchange. Let's look at the western side of the city, where a little bit of traffic is coming off of Limuru Road and then also Wayaki Way, and then through towards Ngong Road. We're seeing some of that build up as well. And this is all before traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get into it this morning and trying to keep things moving. We'll talk to each other. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Very good morning to you. And if the time says, it probably is getting a lot better. It's 7 after 7 and into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this 11th day of March, Tuesday, and getting into a number of things this morning. If you clicked onto our live streams on Facebook, on YouTube, and on X, Karibu Sana, also to our audience on KTN. Good to have you here this morning as we get into conversations, pertinent ones. And our guest for this hour is already in the hot seat and ready to spew, I would assume. One Dr. Barak Maluka is here again, and very good to have you here. Good morning.
Morning. And today I intend to ooze and not to spew.
To ooze and not to spew.
Yes.
Well, something will come out. The manner in which it comes out is now what
I think he has just declared that he's going to be in liquid form.
Indeed. Either way, it will be solid.
Yes. Or he'll simply effervesce.
And if anything, that marks how the conversation will go today. We're going to be looking at a number of things with you today. And of course, we've had conversations over the last couple of years since the election, essentially, of how things would play out between a government, between an administration and its opposition. And now we've seen that there's been the coming together of things, and we're going to get into that in just a little bit. But CT this week has gone to Gabon, and he's going to be sharing what the wisdom is from Gabon, and maybe a little bit about that. And as usual, perhaps Barak will ooze his interpretation of this particular proverb.
Yes, Gabon. One of the wealthiest countries. In fact, there are those who even purported to refer to it as the Kuwait of Africa, given the sort of wealth that they had. And even when they talk of the development that is often characterized by infrastructure, the problem was, they said, it didn't spread everywhere. You found it in cities, but there was a lot of opulence. But the thing that also stood out, when there's the amount of opulence and wealth that you see in some African countries, the poverty levels and the dire depravity of it also stands out.
Right.
Because the poor are so poor, it's actually mind-boggling poor. Anyway, the proverb, a fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
It's reaping where you did not sow.
Yes.
Yes, and gathering where you did not scatter,
Yes.
where you did not store.
Yes.
And I think that's something we experience quite a bit. No wonder it comes from Gabon, where Omar Bongo stayed in power for too long, reaping where he had not sown.
56 years, the sum total of time Omar and his son Ali ruled that country. 56 years.
Crazy.
It's a long time.
Long time.
I think they just got tired.
They got tired and said, okay, whatever, man.
Said, hey, guys, enough.
Enough
Please,
is
okay,
enough.
come on.
Enough
It's
is
enough.
enough.
Guys, it's enough. It's enough.
Yeah.
But at this rate, Ali is going to tell his son to take over. Yes, enough. Yeah. It's okay.
And that's what happened. It's interesting how the human mind works. When you talk about you will not find dung where a cow has not browsed. You would think that if you were looking for something, you ought to go where you would find its source. But in this case, you can actually find the dung if you didn't bring the cow. I just think, there are both ways in which you can look at that. And I think it's interesting that you brought that out, Barak. So, while you were away, if you were away, Barak, and on Friday, there was a pact that was formed, or a coming together, a memorandum of understanding. Something happened, and it seems as though because of that something happening, things have changed significantly in the country. Were you aware that an MOU has brought about this change that Kenya is seeking?
Thank you once again, City and Aseto. Pleasure and a privilege to be here once again. Just shooting straight like an arrow. I think what we are talking about is an indication of our total lack of sense of direction on the part of the leadership at the very top. I do not, in total sincerity, understand what this pact, this so-called memorandum, is about. Kenya is not the DRC, nor are we Sudan, where we are at war. I cannot understand this exuberant energy that is occupying and driving the political space. I have elsewhere spoken of the spirit of the lake, and I think there's also the spirit of the valley, which seem to be possessing the political space, restless spirits. And if you get a bit into African cosmology, you will understand a bit about the spirit of the lake. Cities here who understands about the Nyawawa. And certainly if you go to the Rift Valley among the Nandi people, they also speak of a spirit that possessed the Orkoyot, Koitalel, Arab Samoei. Those are things that we can get into, and it would appear that these two spirits have converged, and they are dancing a strange jungle dance that we need to exorcise as Kenyans. As I've said, this country is not at war. I see the president gallivanting across the nation. He's now come to Nairobi, and he's talking about uniting the country. To the best of my knowledge, Kenyans are united. Kenyans are citizens. I'm not aware of the tribal war, barring a few skirmishes which we saw a few days ago in the Transmara Kesi border region, and those kinds of skirmishes have been with us since before independence, and they are usually sparked by certain absences and certain blemishes of resources, and which have always been addressed. I do not know of a national catastrophe that would cause us to get excited about President William Ruto and Mr. Raila Odinga converging to say that they now have got a memorandum of agreement. And when you look at that memorandum of agreement, it's not saying anything new. Virtually everything that is there has been addressed comprehensively and covered in instruments that govern this country. The Constitution of Kenya 2010, and in various statutory laws, whether you talk about inclusivity, you talk about corruption, you talk about food, you talk about democracy. They are all there. And as I draw towards the conclusion of these preliminary reflections, it's irony of momentous proportions that President William Ruto and Mr. Odinga are talking about expansion of the democratic space at a time when they have taken Parliament, which is the highest symbol of democracy in this country. They've taken it hostage. You listen to the leader of the majority speaking in the House, and you listen to the so-called leader of minority speaking in the House, and you wonder what kind of theater of the absurd this Parliament has been reduced into. They speak for the executive. They've become echo chambers for the national executive. We have seen the purge in Parliament, in the parliamentary committees. Those who attempt to be independent-minded must be punished. We have seen that the war against corruption is being overturned in Parliament. They receive reports from the Auditor General, from the Controller of Budget, and instead of interrogating those reports, they turn to parodying and berating and battering the people who occupy those offices and who present those reports. So I do not understand what President William Ruto and Mr. Odinga are about. And President Ruto has become a rolling stone. He gathers absolutely no more. Somebody should advise him to go back to the office of the president, to sit down, to listen, to read, to think, and to govern.
What do you think is the reason behind this coming together? The real reason behind this coming together, not what, would be met at face value, based on the things that you've just said.
At the very bottom of this whole thing is something that we should recognize as avarice. Some insatiable appetite for the fat of the land. We cannot call it power, because power is a means to an end. And that end is the national resource. Indeed, it's interesting that item 1 of the memorandum of agreement that these people have talks about inclusivity. They do not tell us exactly inclusivity in what, although they attempt to, in a way, break it down, but they say it's a distribution of national resources and opportunities, but distribution to who? We've heard here this morning about Gabon, which became extremely wealthy, the Kuwait of Africa. But it became extremely wealthy where the wealth was flowing into just a few pockets. And so when persons such as this come together, it's about the opportunities that are in the country. We have heard about the NADCO report, which is supposed to be enacted, and Parliament has been cautioned. It's been told that not even a comma should be changed, in spite of the fact that it's supposed to be a forum of serious thinkers who should reflect on issues before legislating them into law. It's probably not probably, certainly expected to expand their executive, as we saw the report itself when it came out about 2 years ago. It is supposed to create offices for people, office of prime minister, office of leader of opposition, and sundry deputies. And it's all about exposing them to opportunities. And in Africa, it's opportunities to plunder, it's opportunities to splurge, and it's opportunities for self-enrichment at the expense of the nation. Unfortunately, the nation tends to be gullible, to be very easily inveigled. I have seen people clapping. This clapping, clapping for claptrap, I cannot understand for the love of me what kind of people we are. That we are caught up in this Stockholm syndrome, that when the oppressors come before us and when they put us in chains, we mistake those chains for jewelry. I cannot understand this.
Now, Barak, as we talk about this report, pretty much the agreement that was signed Friday, it has 10 items. But let's go to NADCO report and how NADCO report came into being. This was immediately after the Unga revolution. Then the NADCO report that included members of the opposition and the government who sat together and came up with this report and how it was going to be implemented. Yet again, we come to this memorandum of understanding that comes with the 10 items, and top of that is implementation of the NADCO report, inclusivity of budgetary allocations. Everything, as well said, have been put inside the constitution. So what exactly is this report, this memorandum of understanding seeking to achieve?
NADCO is a Trojan horse. That within that Trojan horse, you will put in sweeteners for members of parliament, for example, so that where they are not feeling intimidated, they are feeling induced. Within NADCO, there's something about the National Government Constituency Development Fund, which is supposed to be some kind of engine oil that is going to lubricate the desire of members of parliament to see NADCO going through quickly. That there is the real active ingredient where the focus is the expansion of the executive, the creation of the office of prime minister, the creation of 2 deputies for prime minister, the creation of offices of 2 deputy presidents, and such other considerations that do not take into account even the resource base. And one may very well want to ask, this time, last month, all eyes and all focus was on Addis Ababa.
Yes.
Mr. Odinga was supposed to become the chairperson of the African Union Commission. And nobody was talking about any crisis in the country. Nobody was talking about the need to get into some kind of memorandum that would put some people in a tango, and that this tango would make the country a better place to live in, a better place to belong to as a citizen, as a visitor, whatever the case. Supposing and just supposing that Mr. Odinga had become the chairperson of the African Union Commission, would he be back in the country signing memoranda with Mr. Ruto, or Dr. Ruto, and signing off as the leader of the Orange Democratic Movement? In fact, you will help me, ladies and gentlemen, to remember, because maybe memory fails me. But when Mr. Odinga was preparing to go to Addis Ababa, the Orange Democratic Movement, through its relevant organs, assembled together, and they made certain resolutions. The National Executive Congress of the party was reconstituted. My teacher of political science at the University of Nairobi, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, became the acting party leader
of ODM.
I do not know whether my memory fails me, but I remember Mr. Odinga saying that he had now left that space of political activities in the country, and he was going to serve the continent. When you come back from a mission such as that one, and even if you still have the appetite and the energy, the zeal, the gravitas to enable you to carry on with the activities of that office, one would expect that you would engage into reversal of the processes that made you disengage, that again the organs would reassemble, and it would be announced once again that you have taken over as a party leader. But we saw Mr. Odinga flying straight into President William Ruto's waiting open arms in Mombasa, where they embraced and had tea. Of course, the real victuals and viands, the foods, were in the adjacent room. The one where they sat, there was only water to deceive the world that they are very conscious about the need and not to be splurging our resources. But there he goes, they meet there and they agree, and Paul Mwangi, the lawyer, is already there, and the documents are on the table already, and they are signed by the two party leaders. Things are not done like that. City Muga, in the Luo world where we come from, when you return home from war, you take a bath at home. In fact, you don't go to another person's home. It is not allowed. Even when you come from a funeral, you are not supposed to go to another person's home. You go to your home, you bathe, you are cleansed, and Mr. Odinga should have gone back home to reflect a bit, to be even given something which is called in the Luo manyasi. And finish 3 days at home, reflecting, getting cleansed, then come out again. Come out tentatively. Don't just come out with gusto, as if nothing is happening. And this is what I mean when I talk about the spirit called Nyawawa, which is a very restless spirit. It's called the spirit of the lake. And when it possesses you, Lord God have mercy.
You know, if someone says that we are in an interesting political season, they would be right, because on the one hand we see things that we've seen before. Some players are consistent in this because they're the same players who've been in similar seasons before. But this season is unique in the sense that they're the third player. And they're called the Gen Zs.
Yes.
The Gen Zs are not just a group. They represent the awakening of a spirit that had long died or had thought to have been dead in the people. The spirit that says, enough is enough, and we actually do want real change, not talk. Okay? And this is what we mean by it. We start with this finance bill and we're saying this thing isn't working for us. So now, we are in an interesting season. But again, interesting in that we get to learn how people who've been in politics for a long time think. And that when problems are presented and they are national problems, we see with great clarity how they think those problems should be solved politically. Now, the question that comes to my mind is, we've had similar discussions before we've had declarations made similar to this before, and ostensibly these were pronouncements that were meant to bring about the change that was desired. Not change for its sake, but change that had been expressed was desirable by the citizenry. So now, if we start, say the NADCO report that has been mentioned, did it go to Parliament?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
And what did Parliament do?
The committee, JLAC, rejected it. But now we are being told that it was not tabled on the floor, and that it's now going to be presented before the committee of the whole, which really means the whole house, and that JLAC can be overruled.
You see,
what has changed?
The point is, it also opens our eyes to what the political will attempt to do, even when it is that they are the ones who have begun a process, and then the process, by its very nature, has to go through constitutional processes.
Yes.
Okay, we're talking about the article here is Article 256. Now, it is an opportunity to learn and to understand the leadership of the political class who represent the political thinking of the country. Okay? And the question that I asked, I will ask again. How on earth do these things actually address the problems that have been mentioned? Because it is supposed that these 10 points we talk about in the MOU are supposed to address these problems. We've understood that.
How? Let me just connect to that, and maybe we can just do an answer before we go to the break, Barack, because the assumption is that there is a crisis. That some of these things that we see for which there were solutions given is that there was a crisis in the country. But if we were to speculate and say, what if Raila Odinga then actually did win the AUC chair seat? Who would have handled the crisis? Would we see Anyang' Nyong'o, for example, then joining hands with William Ruto and saying, let us now give solutions to these problems that we see? Would we see a similar thing? If there was conflict so strong, so things happening so terribly that needed 10 points of an agenda to bring people together to fix them, would we see the acting chairperson of ODM in the person of Anyang' Nyong'o coming together with President William Ruto to have this 10-point agenda that would solve these problems? And then you say, okay, so we've done it. How would it be fixed?
As has been correctly observed, we have been through these cycles before. It's also been correctly observed that when we look at that which we would call the national challenge, what Tom Mboya called some many years ago challenge of nationhood, these things have been addressed and they have been covered comprehensively in the instruments that govern us in the country. The thing that we have not done is to create an office for Mr. Odinga, because Mr. Odinga must be in government. Since 1997, he must always somehow find his way into government. And this whole effort is about finding a space for him in government. I don't agree at all that we have or we had a crisis. Let me use the correct tense. We now have a crisis, and that crisis is Raila and Ruto. They are a crisis.
How?
They are a crisis in the sense that we must carry them on our shoulders. Willy-nilly, we must bear the burden. And you have seen Dr. Ruto's motorcade. You've never seen anything so humongous than that. And we have to do another one for Mr. Odinga. You recall when he became Prime Minister, and in fact, just before he became Prime Minister, he went to Kisumu, and the people of Kisumu were feeling unhappy. They were feeling cheated because they expected him to be president and they expected him to hold out to the end. And he was telling them, nyinyi hamuoni ile hizo 99 ziko hapo zote, mnasema sijapewa madaraka. Hizo 99 is the old name for those
Sirens.
For the Gen Zs, they do not know 99. The police vehicles used to be called 99.
Okay.
In the old days.
999 was the number.
999.
Oh, right. It was the number you called on. Okay, fine. Okay.
And at that particular occasion, when he said that, the response was not positive.
No, it wasn't.
In fact, it was extremely negative.
So the crisis first defined itself as President William Ruto, whom we have regretted in the past that we made president because he's completely clueless. His philosophy of government is about enriching himself. His philosophy of government is about making declarations and edicts by virtue of occupying office without even recognizing that declarations that he needs to make are governed by law, and that they should cite specific articles, items of law. For example, he cannot just stand up one day and say, I'm commander-in-chief, and since I'm commander-in-chief, I'm saying now you can build up to 36 floors next to the military airbase. Or because I'm commander-in-chief, I'm now telling the military to cede that property, that land there, to a church somewhere or to barrack. He needs to go back to the statutes and say that according or in accordance with article number this and that of the military, the Defense Forces Act, powers conferred upon me by this instrument, I, William Samuel Ruto, do grant the following, do declare the following.
Such powers actually even exist.
If they existed, but you see, they do not exist. So we are in the space of arbitrary rule, arbitrary governance, and that is the crisis. And it's not going to be solved by a memorandum
between two individuals.
A chimeric memorandum of understanding between two individuals. Maybe the Gen Zs, and Gen Z must now be expanded to reflect not just a certain age bracket, but a certain mindset and a certain spirit.
Let's take a break on this point. At this point, Dr. Barak Maluka is here with us, and we're just trying to, pick apart, some of the re-alliances that we are seeing in the country and what they're actually really for, as opposed to what we are being told they're for. It's 23 minutes to 8 o'clock. We'll come back after this break and continue with that conversation. Kenya's biggest conversation. Don't go away.
One, I want to begin to tell you here that nobody has asked for, and there will be no handshake. They've kept on talking wherever they go, oh, these people are doing this because they want to be called for handshake and so on. We have not asked anybody for handshake, and we don't want any handshake. What we are talking about is we are doing this in the interest of this country. In the last elections, we negotiated with Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, and what we agreed on was put in a memorandum of understanding, which we made public on the day of the handshake. And that is what informed the decision to set up a task force which came up with the BBI. That was the basis of the handshake. We then, as the opposition, never had any position in government. We did not even appoint a CS, not even a minister.
This
so there's been a proper
Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions already coming soon, and it's 15 and partly sunny in Nakuru. with partly sunny conditions at 15 in Nyeri, 16 and cloudy in Eldoret. And we're looking into a cloudy Mombasa at 28 and a cloudy Malindi at 28. Mostly cloudy at 21 into Kisumu, and at 19 it's cloudy in Kakamega. The sun is up in Kampala at 18, and at 28 it's partly sunny in Dar es Salaam. 15 and cloudy in Johannesburg, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Mogadishu, currently at 28. It's 15 and sunny in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 24. 26 and cloudy in Lagos with highs of 33, while Kinshasa at 24 is cloudy. It is still busy in the city this morning, and we're seeing traffic coming in from all parts. Whether you're on the Uhuru Highway and trying to find your way into the CBD, that's busy in your different junctions as you get towards Haile Selassie. The traffic on the Thika Superhighway that's coming in from just past Kasarani, from Clay City out towards Survey is epic. It's bumper to bumper. Really, really heavy traffic here. It's coming in all the way from that Wairimu bypass interchange. There's also heavy traffic that is coming in on the Eastern bypass. Some of that also on Outer Ring and coming in from Kangunda Road. So that's busy. Mombasa Road is taking some traffic as well, coming in from the next gen out towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout. And it's also pretty busy on Langata Road this morning. So wherever you look, we've stepped into traffic hour proper this morning, and we're trying to keep things moving and keep ourselves away from anything, even as little as a scratch. So let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
20 minutes to 8 o'clock, and Dr. Maluka is our guest this hour in the hot seat. And we're looking at some of these conflict issues, supposedly, that are being sorted out by the Memorandum of Understanding that has come into play. Or is it two individuals who are making sure that expediency is delivered for 2027?
And when you talk about the conflict ostensibly that is here, let's just go back to this report. Now, we go to the report says in article point number 9, stopping wastage of public resources. But let's escalate that to what NADCO report as well said on the same point number 4, reduction of government expenditures. Both reports speaking about the same thing. But even before we got into these memorandum of understanding, the government spent 534 million shillings on Raila Odinga's campaign. Here they're talking about wastage of public resources. Aren't they presidents of doublespeak?
We do not know what vote those monies came from. We are in a country where there's no disclosure. Government pronouncements about expenditure are always about firefighting. Mm-hmm. You will hear, for example, that Bomas of Kenya has been sold to someone from Turkey. Then you will suddenly get somebody from a high place in government saying, no, it has not been sold. It's just being
renovated.
Shut down for renovation. You do not know who is renovating. You do not know how they have got that contract to renovate. You don't know how much money is involved. And you do not know whether any invitations to tender to renovate were done. Such is where we are. But you also see a president who is a Vasco da Gama of sorts, all the time on one voyage or the other. And any time the president travels within the country, the office of the president, according to reliable sources, and you can look at the various accounts and so on, the office of the president alone, internally, spends upwards of 100 million Kenya shillings.
To do what?
To travel on one day. Yeah. When you hear that His Excellency the President is doing a tour of the coast, one day alone is 100 million.
The Kenya. Coast in Kenya?
Yes.
Or another coast?
Coast in
Kenya.
Dr. Maluka, that is a lot of money. That's 100 million shillings that we're talking about here. And just the other day, I mean, let's do some comparisons, shall we? Just the other day, we talked about 140 million shillings and what it can actually do in different sectors around the country. But we're saying that the president leaves State House in Nairobi and makes his way to the coast in Mombasa. Makes his way to the coast, not necessarily Mombasa, it could be anywhere. Kwale, he went the other day, been to Kilifi and did the round.
5 days.
5 days.
Yes.
Are we saying that in 5 days? Minimum. Or are we saying that in 1 day, 100 million shillings?
Of 500 million shillings, office of the president alone. Okay. We have not talked about the auxiliaries that are following him all over the place, because they must be seen to be there. They are the state officers, they are the public officers who are there, how much they are costing us. And of course, external travel is a lot more. It's probably in the range of about 250 million per day.
So let's lift the lid. Let's lift the lid on some of these things, because I think it's necessary for us to do that. When we look at these 10 points, and I would really hate to be in to see the position that this puts Kenyans in, and I'm talking about the 55 million Kenyans, because this number of individuals that we're speaking about who were in KICC are not more than 2,000 people. They are in the glaring minority, right, who came together on this. But the 50 million Kenyans who are looking for daily bread, who are looking for daily healthcare, who are looking for daily education, transport, whatever, my question continues to be where they lie when these memoranda of understanding come together. So if we're saying, for example, that you spend this kind of money, and one of your big agenda items on this coming together is to curtail government spending, is to make sure that you don't spend so much, or that we make sure that devolution is working, or we make sure that the counties are kept or checked in terms of their excesses. What are we talking about?
A mere formation of words whose significance vaporizes as soon as they leave the mouth, or as soon as the ink dries on the paper. Just now, this forest that His Excellency the President is doing in Nairobi, what is the premium? What is the value proposition for the people of Nairobi? If government is working, the work is seen in the results. President Mwai Kibaki was there in State House. The first 5 years he was busy working, he was building roads, and he did not need to travel around the country, to cut across the country, for Kenyans to appreciate that there was work going on. If we looked at even the very much maligned Uhuru Kenyatta presidency, the first term we saw the railway. The SGR, it's out here for everyone to see. We saw roads being done in other parts of the country. We saw in the second term this expressway around here. What is President William Ruto doing? This money that they are splurging around with the Sakaja, look at the roads in Nairobi. Look at this Mombasa road. Just travel this road from here to Westlands and see what it is like. Look at the other. Look at Riverside Drive. Look at the roads in Lavington, in Muthaiga. Look at the roads in Eastlands. What are they doing? We are here in a country where people are going to hospital, they cannot get treatment because the system that disrupted NHIF is not working. Instead of the president fixing it, he's running across the country telling us how the dead horse is alive and well and kicking. This is the contradiction, the distance between what is said and the reality. If there are people around His Excellency the President and who really think they like him and value him and they wish him a second term, they should tell him to stop these meaningless forays across the country, to go back to State House or even to Arambe House and sit down and work for the country, and to stop wasting public funds on early campaigns, because what he's doing is an early campaign for 2027 and he's spending public funds on those early campaigns and is now paired up with Mr. Odinga in that direction. And at the same time, they are introducing a very dangerous agenda of 41 against 1, which we saw before. Somebody somewhere whom they listen to must tell them that this is not the way to take the country.
Barack, I hear you say that these leaders have pretty much come together for what is in it for them. In these conversations, it's not about Kenyan, is not center to these conversations and engagements, because Kenyans, as they speak in terms of president, stop spending 140 million shillings in a church and taking government property. They are tear gassed and they are beaten to a pulp. In these conversations, talk about NADCO report, talk about the MOU and all the other handshakes that are there. Do they sit down to ask, what does the Mwananchi want?
No, they don't, and which I find very strange, because President Ruto told us repeatedly, and he has dropped that line now, that there were no more fools left in Kenya. He said that time and again, that there were no more fools left in Kenya. And he ought to understand that there are no more fools left in Kenya. He cannot inveigle us. He cannot deceive us. These optics of running around. And I think that the country is running on a very low level intelligence. Intelligence both in terms of what the president and Mr. Odinga receive as information on the public mood, and intelligence at the level of the capacity to think among those who advise them. They say that you show me your company and I'll tell you who you are. And we just need to look at the fellows around His Excellency, the President. And once in a while, some of them are even foolhardy enough to go and stand in a public place before cameras and purport to be addressing us, to be addressing the country.
That's a tyranny of habit. They are accustomed to doing it, and they have had no reason to change what they do. Perhaps they'll have reason, but I am particularly happy about the MOU. Particularly. Because the MOU follows in a well-documented train and chain of similar documents that we've had in the past. Documents that we've spoken of but never really examined in great detail. This now comes at a time when the country is in the mood to examine things in great detail. Because one of the things that the MOU talked about was ensuring that we respect the right of peaceful assembly. We haven't even taken a breath. It's been abused. We haven't even done anything. So we'll itemize the things that are in the MOU, ostensibly things which must change. We didn't ask them to present the MOU. No, we didn't. We didn't ask them to have an MOU. They have an MOU. They have gone and documented and said, these are things we wish to achieve. We will want to know timelines for each. Oh, yes. We will want to know how each will be achieved. Again, with timelines.
Everything has an expiry date.
Yes, it has. By a certain time, if you haven't done it, then yes. We will want to know what processes all these things must follow as laid down in the Constitution and laid down by our laws. And we'll want to know what the outcomes will be for people who do not adhere to the letter of the Constitution. This is one of the best things that has happened to me in a very, very long time. Because in an attempt to bring peace, and I must say, I cannot downplay what the handshakes do. I cannot.
For individuals?
No.
Not for the country?
For the individuals, it's obvious. It's for the country. And I'm going to say this.
How does that help?
You see, there is a nefarious understanding of what the individuals purport to do.
Yes.
But we have set a trend in this country that when there is a problem, people talk. Now, what we are against is the outcomes of those talk. We don't see them benefiting us. That we talk is a good thing. That we even discuss, that we even come to an agreement It's a good precedent. But what is unpalatable is that these things don't seem to help the Mwananchi. And yet, they are presented as the panacea, as the one thing that the Mwananchi will benefit immensely from. So, this MOU will undergo scrutiny, it will undergo commentary, it will undergo dissection, and the people who penned their names are going to be held to account, because it is them who penned their names. So when we ask directly, it should not be seen as disrespect for power. No, you said.
The power must be interrogated.
Yes, you said. It's in the public domain. So since in the public domain, we are the public, and we in that domain are asking, thank you, when?
But
how?
It seems as though that there are a number of people in a space who may or may not have had an issue, and then out of this million people, 2 individuals, self-appointed and making decisions on their own, decided to take up a position for the whole of Kenya. Was this a correct spot or correct position to take and say, well, yeah, we have the answer, and us coming together is going to ensure that this answer or this solution is delivered? Seems a bit patronizing to me, but I don't know what your thoughts are about that.
Is there anything here that is contrary to the Constitution?
So why not just follow the Constitution then?
I don't know.
We say that...
Is there anything that is contrary to the Constitution?
No, there isn't.
No. At the start, we said that we were looking for dung where there was no cow
browsing.
We are looking for solutions where there were no challenges. Because these things that we have itemized, or they have itemized, are things that are covered in articles of the law as we have them. The only thing which is not there is that provision in NADCO of creation of offices that some people are supposed to occupy, and that is the bottom line. In terms of what CT asks about timelines, CT ought to know, and he knows, I know that he knows, that in this country we talk about things like when funds will be available. We are going to build this road from Modogashe to I don't know where, to where, to where, to where, when funds are available. And beyond that, the only footnote we would add would be that in the William Ruto context, time and timelines are fluid, deadlines are fluid. When you say 2 years, 2 years could mean anything. In fact, we need to start asking them to define the basis. When they say 2, is it in base 2? Is it in base?
But in base. That an opportunity for a dialogue about the Constitution. Wouldn't you say a dialogue of the Constitution and its applicability to our daily lives has been presented to us? That's what I was asking you.
No, the
question you ask is a valid one, but have we not been handed, just given, and so guys, we haven't been discussing this constitutional matter properly. We've just rephrased it, but it's a constitution. Now let's get down and...
Or somebody could or somebody could also argue, CT, and that's what I wanted to ask, that essentially you're just taking something that you should have been doing all this time. You've not been doing it, but you want to dress it up like something else so that people can see this new glass shiny toy and think that it's some new thing you've come up with. But it is not. It is written in the Constitution that you have a duty to ensure is implemented and practiced.
When you politicize these matters, you know what you've just done? Even people who weren't aware of these tenets in the Constitution will now be aware, because it's a discussion that they weren't having before. The politicization of it and the angst and the emotions that are attached to these matters will now bring about a discussion that hitherto has not been had with regards to these salient things on the Constitution.
The audit is not the audit. The audit that we need is not the audit of the Constitution. It's the audit of our fidelity to the Constitution.
How
that is the audit, because
how do you acquire fidelity when you don't even know what the Constitution says?
We know what the Constitution says.
No.
The ordinary fellow,
Mwananchi does not know
the Mwananchi knows what the Constitution says.
No, they do not.
That is why the Gen Z will go out to protest and to take over the House of Parliament, because they understand. That is why we saw these young people occupying some shrine the other day.
Understanding means internalizing. When you internalize it, you act upon it.
That's what we have done.
Haven't internalized the concept of our sovereignty. Have we?
We have.
We have not.
We have.
How?
That is why we are speaking the truth to power. We have. That is why we are here this morning telling President Ruto and other people, the question is our faithfulness to the Constitution.
Barack, we are talking heads.
Because if we talk about the Constitution, we are saying that let us see where the Constitution is not working well, so that we can adjust it, so that we can create a few more new chambers for some people. No, the question is, are we faithful? To the law.
And on that note, it's 8 a.m. and it's necessary to bring some of these things out. I think we can hide it under the cover of documentation and MOUs and individuals, but at the end of the day, the question remains that what does it do for the people of Kenya? Has to be front and center every time, in my opinion. Dr. Barack Maluka, always a pleasure. Thank you for being here and for giving us an opportunity to raise these conversations to the place where they must be all the time. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Folks, the conversation continues. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. The body of a police officer who was killed by a gang in Haiti arrived in Kenya after days of delays over logistical issues. The Deputy Inspector General of the Administration Police Service, Gilbert Masengeli, led other officers in the service in receiving the body of Constable Samuel Tompoi Kaitewai at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It was later moved to Chiromo Mortuary pending burial. The Samuel was killed on February 23rd in a clash with a gang in Haiti. He was among a team that was pursuing a gang when he was shot in the head and died. The multinational security support mission said he succumbed to injuries sustained during an operation. Since then, authorities have been making efforts to transport the body through the Dominican Republic, USA, and then Kenya. President William Ruto is on his second day tour in Nairobi County, where his first stop will be at St. Teresa Secondary School, Mathare constituency, where he launched the construction of an 800-bed dormitory. He will then break ground for the construction of 12 classrooms at Mabatini Primary School, followed by the inspection of construction of classrooms at Mathare Mixed Secondary School, before he breaks ground for construction of Mathare Affordable Housing Project and Tivet College. Other activities will see the President traverse Kosovo, Ruaraka, and lastly Roysambu, where he'll be at a public rally at Kawosh on Thika Road. The appeal hearing for the banned Kenyan film Rafiki will be heard in the Court of Appeal before a 3-judge bench today, a critical moment for the artistic freedom and free speech in Kenya. Kenya's Film and Classification Board banned Rafiki on September 2018. The board said that it banned it because of its intent to promote lesbianism in the country. The increase in spending in all 47 counties has been attributed to manual payroll, a scheme that simplifies payments to unpaid workers. This is according to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission before Senate Accounts Committee. EACC CEO Abdi Mahmoud has also linked the high cost of salaries to poor management, abuse of office and conflict of interest. EACC is currently investigating corruption scandals where over 5 billion shillings have been stolen in various counties.
Issue of management of the process of actually implementing that particular bill if it becomes law. Initially, the thought was EACC should be the implementing agency, which also has powers to appoint other agencies, for example, Parliamentary Service Commission or Judiciary Service Commission, that had serious problem with EACC being the agency to manage the conflict of interest, or to enforce, let me say to enforce. But the bill was also providing for that clause which says EACC can appoint other agencies to receive, for example, the wealth declaration assets for their employees. But the major issue that I think the Public Service Commission and Parliamentary Service Commission, that is one clause they had a serious problem with.
And in the international scene, Elon Musk said X was hit by a major cyber attack on Monday as outages plagued users of the platform once known as Twitter. Musk blamed the cyber attack, providing no evidence for crashing the site last year when an interview with Donald Trump was to be streamed. In his post Monday, Musk included an X post from Doge designer account that some on Reddit speculated could be a puppet of the tycoon himself. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on with traffic this morning at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and it has been busy at different parts. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, one to note, coming in all the way from Githurai and then out towards Clay City Kasarani, that is busy and it's going to go through towards Survey. That's doing that. Wangari Maathai has quite some traffic, joining with incoming traffic coming in from Westlands and that whole Chiromo area, very busy. Limuru Road also coming in, busy through towards Muthaiga, and there is quite some traffic coming in towards Globe Cinema off of Muranga Road, so that's doing the thing there. Southern Bypass looks pretty good. There's your escape route into the city. But if you look at the Uhuru Gardens interchange, then coming in from the Southern Bypass out towards Langata Road, that has already picked up quite some. The Eastern Bypass traffic still continues for now as you're coming in then from Outer Ring going towards the Cabanas interchange. So that's doing the thing. We're going to keep an eye on all of this, keeping us moving through traffic hour this Tuesday. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Well, okay. Something's getting CC laughing already. And this is a good thing. The mirth will be explained at some point. It is now 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and you will never believe who's here at this time without an issue. And we are not even dealing with traffic or anything like that.
Weather notwithstanding.
No. Even if it was to start snowing in Nairobi, it would not have stopped the Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni from being here on time this morning. You know, we have to give you your flowers when they actually then do sprout. And that conversation starts this morning already. Jeremiah, good morning.
Morning.
Karibu sana.
Nashukuru.
Sisi pia tunashukuru sana. Thank you so much for being here this morning. If you're tuned in this morning on our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, we're also on KTN this morning. So thank you so much for being here. Kenya's biggest conversation. You know what they were saying yesterday is that Sioni Kioni.
Yes, we had told our listeners and our viewers that you're coming. Yes, and they knew, and so when they didn't see you, that was their contribution.
But now that you're here, we can't say that because it doesn't sound as sweet. But you know, look, either way,
you have better news.
Tunaona Kioni.
Yeah,
front page.
Kenya's bold newspaper
These
talking about this,
yes.
the two heroines of Kenya today.
These are the heroes and heroines.
Well, let's welcome you to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. CT is in a different African country, as you know, he does, hop about. And this week he'll tell us where we are and what today's proverb is. And then, SG, you can interpret that for us.
Okay.
We are in the Gabonese Republic, one of the richest countries on this continent, ruled by one family for 56 years, Omar Bongo, then his son Ali, until 2023, when there was a change of guard. Okay. This
for
country
26 years.
56 years. Yes, 56.
Oh my God.
I think they got to a point where they thought it was a monarchy. Where they would just sort of like pass it on from father to son. And the Gabonese people said, no, that I don't think is going to be the case. But it represents the tragedy of this continent. That a country that was once even referred to loosely as the Kuwait of Africa, there was such opulence, and it was contrasted with dire poverty.
Yes.
By certain members of the community. It is tragic. They had oil wealth among the wealth they had, and somehow it didn't trickle down to the people who need it most. That's why I said it represents the tragedy of this wonderful continent of ours.
True.
That's supposed to be housed to just about the bulk of the wealth on this planet. The proverb: a fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
So you're like looking for good governance where there was never going to be one.
Something of that sort, yes. Yeah. Something of that sort, yes.
You're almost certain you're not going to get it there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we keep looking for things that are... I think it is like what is happening in this country. We are expecting something from perhaps a system that from the beginning never intended to deliver anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you become a fool. It's only wise that we move on.
Okay.
Yes.
And
so
that's loaded.
Talking of Gabon and that history you've given us, it's not difficult for any African country to get to that level. And when people, you see, you can easily do 56 years with one chain of people. When you give up on voting,
you
give up on elections. But we have one of the reasons why we had to say 2 5-year terms for any president, so that come what may.
It's only 2 terms.
It's just 2 terms, no matter what you do.
And yet we've seen situations where in this country there are people who have attempted to tinker with those 5 years.
Yes, and it is
catastrophic.
Yeah. It is the worst thing that one can think of. Even in contemplating, I think we should have had that as an offense. You remember there was an offense.
If you contemplate the death of a president.
Now, contemplating changing the term of a president should be something that is next to treasonous.
Well, one might also argue that to not have a vibrant and vigilant opposition could also be something that's an offense to Kenyans, whereby there wouldn't be anybody in place to seriously check on the excesses of government or to seriously check on the behavior of government. And we've been dilly-dallying, or we've just been kind of playing, pussyfooting around this issue of an opposition for the last 2.5 years properly. Many could argue that even some years before that in terms of the strength of the virulence of an opposition, that has been watered down significantly. And so those are some of the conversations that we have this morning with you here. And we've always been saying an opposition. Okay, is there a problem with two folks coming together and joining and saying let's form government without anybody standing in a place where they're checking on what is being done or really fighting for the position of the people?
Our constitution, the constitution that we gave ourselves 2010, will not be implementable if we continue this route. For the government, for the systems to function, all institutions must be in place and they must be strong. when we say that we are going to have a presidential system, there was provided under the same constitution the provision for the minority. And the work of the minority is to keep the majority in check. Why? Because, like our good historian is telling us, it is not lost to any of us that if a government is in power or a team of people are in power and there is no vibrant check, they will get excessive. They will go beyond what was allowed of them or for them. You will see them wanting to even amend the constitution. You see them borrowing without anybody asking a question. You see the kind of withdrawal of money from treasury in cash from the consolidated fund without following the procedures that were provided for in the constitution. So the work of the opposition is to ensure that those who are ruling us or governing us at any given time are kept in check, and you must keep poking holes in everything that they do, sometimes to a point where you are almost an irritant. But that is what will help the country move on. You will so anybody wanting to weaken the opposition is a person who is really, just like we have said, is a person committing treason to us and to our future generation. I remember when we had elections, the first time we had elections under this constitution, which was 2013. And before the swearing in at Kasarani, those who had been given the mandate to run the government, the TNA team led by Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, and there were those who were in the minority, and there were sittings that started happening. Those who were in smaller parties because there were no pre-election agreements and the rest. They started moving and looking for the president-elect to see whether they can get into pacts, get into some arrangements. And that time, I don't know whether it is the best thing that should have happened, but at that time I remember the international community called in and asked the president-elect, is it your desire to collapse the opposition? That was before even the governments were formed. They were allowed to protect the opposition in whichever format it came in. And it is because without opposition, many governments will not be able to deliver. I almost say almost none of the governments will ever be able to deliver. But then we come to 2017, and I remember him issuing a statement. He released a press statement and said he does not desire to swallow any opposition party or to bring on board any opposition party. But he wanted to get into some understanding into how are we going to function. We are now under a new constitution. What does this mean? You in the opposition, us in government. What does that mean?
Right.
I don't quite remember. I can't quite tell exactly how it went. It was, but I can be able to move on to 2017 and say there we come and we now see the handshake.
Yeah.
And now again we have another something broader that has been put in place. And I think it is very, very important for... it's a little worrying to see that the doyen of opposition, the man who we credit a lot with the coming into effect of our 2010 constitution, can now easily be accused of being the one who has completely undermined our constitution.
Kioni, as we talk about opposition formation in this country, let's look at the constitution. Does not envisage the official opposition, but we talk in terms of majority, minority, which has been the minority checks the excesses of the majority. But we come to 2022 and the government in place has the minority in the house. Majority, even the courts declared the other day, belonged to what would have formed the opposition. But that notwithstanding, we also go back into the formations that are put in place, the NADCO report, which you are party to, and with that has seen the implementation of an official opposition, which should be put in place. And here we are, two individuals have come together, they've shook hands, broad-based government, and they want the same report that you are party to to be implemented. How then is it that when you are pushing for that office to be there, it was okay, but now it is wrong?
One is, I don't know whether I want to go into. Let me say, the Constitution provides for the minority and majority, and it is the Kenyans to decide who belongs to the majority on the floor of the House and who belongs to the minority, and also who occupies the office at Harambee House or State House or the executive. And that is a constitution that we give to ourselves. And clearly, that was the first attack to our constitution, because Kenyans decided the majority on the floor would be Azimio, minority would be UDA. State House, we are giving it to UDA. But you could see the onslaught on the political parties by KK, even members of parliament outside of the discipline of political parties, which is what we are calling under NADICO, fidelity to multi-party democracy. And we said, even before we are able to move on anything, one of the things we must do is, can we have some hygiene? Can we exercise, can we see some fidelity when you are dealing with political parties? And this was the reality, that you cannot mix them up and then end up with what the Constitution wanted us to get. There will not be that balance and check. If you talk about NADICO, you may need to go through the Hansard and see what I kept saying from day one until even the day of signing. And I kept saying this NADICO thing is also poorly conceived. And if you remember, and I think I saw Mother complaint about it yesterday somewhere, if I'm not wrong. Those of us who form Azimio, majority is ODM, or the largest political party in terms of numbers on the floor,
yes,
is ODM. Jubilee, number 2. Wiper, 3. Number 4 is DAPK. But when it came to constituting the panel in the NADICO, it was ODM, Wiper, and DAPK. And we asked Raila, how is it that you skip Jubilee? Is it because the person around here is from the mountain or something? And there wasn't. I asked the same to Karonzo, and also asked the same to Wamarwa. How do you feel sitting on a seat that
belongs to you,
doesn't belong to you?
Yeah.
And I can tell you that was my second, clarity, an issue, an incident that could tell me that even in Azimio, hata kama tunasema inawezekana, kuna mengine haiwezekani.
Yeah.
And, but again, we chose to keep the institution going, the coalition going. We did see the reason to break it up. Mother was quite unhappy. She wasn't asking to sit in, but she was saying this is not what we went loud telling people. She decided to, is at that point, or slightly later, that is at that point she said, I don't think I have any value in this coalition thing, if we can't agree on this kind of a small thing. And she started her exit from that point. NADICO report, I kept saying, not because I was not seated in it, but I kept saying that if we don't anchor it properly, before the NADICO committee, remember there was another committee in Parliament. Yes. I don't know what you are calling it. Darong something.
Yes, there was a
parliamentary
dialogue. So there was something.
Yes, that couldn't move because of dishonesty on the part of KK.
That's why NADICO came up.
So NADICO was a little after, but also after quite some bit of
back and forth.
Na kusukuma na kwa barabara.
Yes.
Tear gas na marisasi. So when we now sit and say NADICO, we say the first thing that we want to see, cost of living. Can we agree that before anything else, can you put on the table the policies that you are implementing to address the cost of living? And they agreed on that when we were discussing the NADICO formation. But when we came to sitting, they then said, cost of living is the work of the executive. Remove it from the agenda.
So essentially, they started shifting goalposts from day one.
Immediately. The second one we said is, we want compensation of those who had already. Remember, this was after the Azimio Maandamano. We want compensation of those who had been killed. And the killing, I don't know how quickly we forget as Kenyans. The kind of killings that were occasioned on those young people and families was horrific. Removing people from the houses. They were not in demonstration. Way after the demonstrations, you follow people and beat them up and even keep them from their own houses. Again, that was washed around. I think you also saw it may be forming the 10-point agenda. I think that
it's one of those exactly that talks about again, reserving the rights.
Playing around with people's minds. Why I said that we haven't seen a process. We said police officers must be brought to account. Any person who fired a bullet. We have laws in this country. You are supposed to be held accountable. And if you are orders from above, let us know who is this who gave you those orders. And we pushed enough. Until the former anaitwa Kome.
It was called Kome.
I don't know exactly why he left, but I think he resigned because he could not be able to explain who was giving those orders, because clearly quite a number of the orders that were issued were not from him. You could see a dysfunctional. So Kome may have left, but Kome was not the one who was firing at us. He's not the one who crowbarred. If he's the one who gave instructions, we wanted the police officers held to account. So that is yet another of the things that needed to be done before we even sit to negotiate, because those were not issues.
Those are non-negotiables.
The other one was fidelity to multi-party democracy. Why are you sitting on Jubilee's instrument? Why are you fishing from within Parliament by enticing members of Parliament and getting them to
decamp and move to your side?
Really, just be unavailable to the majority side by having unnecessary inducements and allowing them to sit in your meetings. That again did not require any law to have been passed. Those are things that should have been done, but none of them was done. So for me, from day one, NADICO was a document that was used and for purposes of personal preservation. It was to preserve the
status quo.
And William was able to keep us there for almost a year.
8 to 9 months. So then if you go off of that,
nothing.
SG.
And then also, the person who was negotiating NADICO, Baba, we kept asking him, we seem to be lost on this. You seem to have given in. At the point at which I said, let's walk away from this thing. He's the one who said, no, you get something out of it. Our leader then, of course, the very diplomatic former vice president, also wanted to come out with something. But it was not, for some of us, it was not something, at the expense of everything else. I did not see the value of NADICO. Then again, I was made the head of the secretariat, but I must commend the people who were in the secretariat in the name of Professor Adam Zolo and we also had Lynn Ngugi, we had Zain Mohammed, very, very resourceful individuals. But this is the thing, and we also put it there. If you're talking about amendment to the Constitution, creating the offices that you have talked about, the leader of opposition, the position of the Prime Minister, they are good for this country. But what does that mean? It's a change of the governance structure. We move from presidential to parliamentary. And if that is to happen, a referendum.
Must constitutionally, absolutely,
and if referendum must happen, the Constitution lays the steps that needs to be followed. And if we don't even need to read the Constitution, look at what was said and done with BBI. So we can go back and redo the whole thing. So there are quite a number of proposals in the NADICO report. There was also the issue of IBC, and ahead of even other issues was open the server. So all these things mpaka tukafaa sufuria. Trying to goga ndio watu waamke.
Right.
I think
So-
it is time to goga it again for now the people in the pact.
Azimio as a coalition was formed with many parties, of course, participating in this coalition. Eugene Wamalwa the other day with this, MOU that was then signed between ODM and UDA, essentially between Raila Odinga and President William Ruto. Eugene Wamalwa suggested that this was the final nail in the coffin for Azimio as a coalition. Is Azimio dead? And if so, the remaining generals who are picking themselves up from this war, you being one of them, Kalonzo Musyoka, who's now joined or seemingly to join former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, or whatever is going on there. Where is the space for an opposition? Or is everybody saying, no, I'm not going to take on the position of opposition because come 2027, I'm a rightful contender for this particular race. So where is it? It seems all pretty ambiguous at this moment.
And now that I mentioned the server, and I say that it does not require any law, and now that they are together, if nothing else comes out of it, I think they should just agree to open the server, because none is fighting the other. Si wafugue kitu tuiangalie sisi wote. And as they open the server, remember Baba also maintained that the 2013 elections were leaked. 2017 elections were leaked. 2007 elections were leaked. I am a Kenyan who want to know what were the true numbers
of all those elections,
so that we can learn from them. Those who leaked, sawa tuachane na maneno yao, but how do you ensure that
it won't happen again?
If they have no intentions of rigging 2027, let them open all those servers from 2007.
Okay.
We want to know what were the actual numbers there.
Okay.
And I say this for two reasons. There are people who downplay numbers, there are others who overplay numbers. Can we get to know the actual numbers in this country?
All
and
right.
I tell you, they are fearful of the numbers. The two of them, they are fearful of the numbers as they are in those servers.
So what happens to Azimio?
I'm coming to Azimio now because Azimio would have, if we continued and insisted on opening the servers, of course, the loss of life was terrible. But if we had actually opened the servers, I am certain Baba would not have been so keen on joining.
Why?
Joining. Because, but let me answer the question of...
No. I need you to answer the why. I need you to answer the why question.
Because the numbers would have given him perhaps more encouragement.
So what you're saying essentially is that the numbers would have been the numbers would have been in his favor as the one who won the election.
Yes. And if they opened 2017, 2013, he is likely to have realized that us remaining together in Azimio, he was on the right side. And now, even worse still or better still, Kenyans are really where we were trying to get them to be during the Maandamano. Kenyans decamped from... Every person who was in support of the executive has left. And in the people's minds, the issue of this system, you remember, you know what this young man, I call him young because he's younger than any other than Huyu, Edwin Sifuna. Edwin Sifuna said something, I think he was in another station somewhere, and he said, even if Baba was to swallow Ruto, there is no way Ruto will win elections 2027. So, and you can listen to many of the things that have been said by these young registrators within ODM whom I admire, because they are talking the truth to Baba in a very respectful manner, which is what those members of Jubilee failed to do. Because they should have talked to Uhuru in a very respectful manner and brought what they believed in. That's how you mature and you become a national leader. But you don't insult those who are, in the manner that they insulted Uhuru. You see, Gachagua is still struggling with that kind of
baggage, and it is something that you cannot remove.
You cannot offload easily.
Itamsumbua, and I really
for a long time
sympathize with him.
Why?
He's really struggling to get that thing off his back, and it's not an easy thing. Matusi kwa wazee kwa Kiafrika haisaidii. So on the issue of Omaru, I hope I've answered why Baba would have realized why he is on the wrong side after that deal. Azimio, we signed an agreement that was deposited with the registrar of political parties.
Yeah.
It was also deposited with the Speaker of the National Assembly. And it is available for any other person who would want a copy. And there is a way of joining and a way of exiting. The fact that Wamarua, Mother, Raila, if you ask me, ODM now have also exited. Doesn't mean
has ODM exited Azimio?
Let me just finish before you come to that. It doesn't mean that that's the end of the agreement. We in Jubilee signed that agreement, and we are in Azimio to date.
Yes.
And we will remain in Azimio until we get into another coalition agreement when that time comes.
Who's left in Azimio?
Jeremiah Kioni and the Jubilee Party.
So just the parties left in the coalition?
No, we had 23 political parties.
So the rest of them are there? One?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when a few of them, the fact that the largest political party, ODM, seems to have, playing ping pong, but ideally, they have left, if you ask me.
Jeremiah,
but before that, let me just finish.
You are the lawyer, but please go on.
Before, so that I don't agree with Wamarua.
You don't agree with
No,
him?
I don't.
Okay.
That's not the head of Azimio. I know they are already in a coalition formation agreement. Yes. So technically, those who are left in Azimio will take over the leadership of Azimio. And Jubilee Party should step in, and we will step in to take over the leadership of that opposition side.
Okay.
But that also does not mean that is just the opposition. The good thing about where we are today, the beauty about it, Kenyans are in the opposition. Kenyans are in the opposition. And the people who are now being scrutinized more are those in the opposition, because that is where hope
actually rests. Let's take a break on that
and
point.
we need to up our game. Those of us in the opposition.
Double click on this issue of Kenyans actually being the ones in the opposition now, and we've talked about the fact that formations of government need not follow a particular path that has been charted by others or what has been written down in the history books by others, that you can work out your governance structures. You can. So maybe this is a way where Kenyans are going and saying, you know what, we are going to be the ones who are going to keep governments in check, because any day you can now decide you're going to form and join yourselves at the behest of Kenyans. But we'll come back and we'll continue with that. Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, joins us this morning, and we continue that conversation when we come back. We'll take a quick look at weather and traffic at 24 minutes to 9. We'll be back after that.
The weather with SpiceFM.
17 degrees. It's 15 and sunny in Nakuru, with 15 and sunny conditions in Nyeri. It's 16 in Eldoret, and at 28 Mombasa is cloudy with 28 and cloudy conditions in Malindi. 21 and cloudy in Kisumu with 19 and cloudy conditions in Kakamega. Kampala at 18 is sunny with sunny conditions at 28 in Dar es Salaam. 15 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 28 is sunny. Addis Ababa at 15 is sunny as well. It's mostly cloudy at 26 in Lagos, while Kinshasa at 24 is cloudy.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
busy coming off of the Eastern Bypass, going then through towards Cabanas. So that takes up still some time this morning. And the traffic on the Thika Superhighway reducing, but just getting to that Allsops Junction and then finding its way out towards Survey. And there is still traffic coming onto Muranga Road, getting to that Globe Cinema roundabout and heading into the CBD proper. Traffic on Wangari Maathai Way still continues as you go out towards Chiromo. And there's incoming traffic on right around Limuru Road and coming in through Muthaiga and these other areas. Still Spring Valley coming in from Lower Kabete, also very busy, and we'll still see some of that traffic on Waiaki Way as you make your way into the city. So we're still in traffic hour and looks like it's going to be prolonged for some time today, but we're just going to keep at it and see. Trouble Spots, talk to us and let's know what's going on. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 22 minutes to the top of the hour, and we're having that conversation this morning with Jubilee Secretary General Jarma Keone. And even as we ask ourselves that question, that prescribed in governments of democracy is that you would have those who are in, the majority who essentially call the shots. And that those in the minority obviously would take on a position of opposition. That's how it has been practiced over time. But Kenya is interesting because you've often seen that there has been a handshake between the minority and the majority. It has happened. And now we see another happening. And so many Kenyans would ask, okay, so then who's going to check excesses for us? Who's going to insist that certain things be done a certain way? But it seems as though Kenyans have said, okay, well, then how about us? Would we be looking at a different political dispensation where Kenyans say, well, it's okay, we, the majority of the people who are sovereign, will sit in a position of opposition?
Can I chime in, if
Please.
I may? The odd thing about this country we refer to as Kenya is that we did witness a coalition or a handshake where the coalition was actually checking each other. That was in the Kibaki government. It was a very uneasy marriage in many ways. There was a prime minister, there was a president, and there was a lot of back and forth before they arrived at an even ground. Yet, one saw a lot of forward movement in the country, despite those. Because from what I observed, if one side did something that the other one didn't like, they highlighted it before anybody else.
Yes.
If one side did something else, the other side highlighted it. So it was actually quite interesting to observe that the government was checking itself as a coalition. What we are talking about now is something different. So if we were to say that Kenyans came about with a solution that is unique, it is so. But the uniqueness of this minority and majority is the real check comes in if those whose candidate lost the presidency are a majority in parliament, then the check and balance becomes interesting. And I think UDA understood this. And having understood it, they were not going to risk a situation where you have a parliament where the so-called grouping, the coalition that actually lost the presidency, are a majority. How would you move anything?
And as well, during the Kibaki time, why that check and balance was working very well was because everything that was happening, any decisions made, was supposed to be in consultation with the other side. Where if that failed, hence why the antennas were always high. But in 2022, those who lost the election, majority in the National Assembly.
I'm happy listening because I was part of that government of Kibaki.
It is why I brought it up. Yes.
I tell you, it was very nice working in that government. Parliament was parliament.
Oh, yes.
That was when you would bring a motion of censure on any of those cabinet. And the parliament was able to oversight the executive properly.
Yes.
But then you also had quality members of parliament. That I must say without fear of ever. It was, we were able to, remember it was also the time we were able to negotiate the constitution.
Yes, yes.
And it was not an easy thing.
No.
That parliament is a parliament that had Anyang'o,
yes.
Orengo, Martha Karua, Kiraito Murungi, Mwai Kibaki was a member of parliament, Raila was a member of parliament, you, Munya was a member. We were all there. That's how we were picked, a few of us, to go and sit and make the constitution. And some of the things you're talking about, the nature of checking the government, you can trace them back to those discussions, and perhaps the parliament that you have talked about. And but you see, if then we are saying that the system that we are in seems not to be working, it is only fair that we walk out of it with clarity, not with emotions, and not when Kenyans see you like a person who is just out for self-preservation. And I know there are many people who don't like hearing the term BBI, but BBI had addressed all these shortcomings. All these shortcomings were addressed, and there was the realization that the form of government that we got into is not serving Kenyans well.
Yeah.
So, but the people who fought it, led by William Ruto and Gachagua, are now the ones who are, and they also could see that it was not working. So it's that level of dishonesty that is irritating to many of us. This thing needed to have been fixed.
Yes, and it could have been fixed.
And it could have been fixed. In fact, we went all the way to fixing it. Because other than the fact that the Supreme Court again threw in the spanner into the works, would have sorted out this issue. Because what were we saying? It is important to bring back the leader of official opposition into parliament so that there is oversight within the floor.
Yes.
And then the oversight affects the legislative process. But the oversight that is now left is that one with minority and majority members of parliament who are junior to the leaders of the party. And the leaders of the party are the ones outside. That is what has happened. So what has happened is the arena of political activity shifted from parliament to outside some places. Sometimes without even residences. It's happening in people's bedrooms because you do not know when Raila meets Ruto. When these meetings are the ones that are actually shaping the political narrative in the country and the opposition.
Yeah.
And they are completely outside any known constitutional or legal framework. And that's why we were saying under the BBI, let's take back this to parliament. And in any case, it is from parliament that then you are able to, one, oversight, but history had shown us that those who had been leaders of official opposition and had, proved themselves capable became the leaders of the next government. You can go through it, you see Kibaki, you see Uhuru, but whenever you decamp from being the leader of opposition, you ended up being in opposition again. Now that has been a journey Raila has had for the longest time I have known him. And it is something that we need to address ourselves to. But there is what is a little uncomfortable in the things that are happening now is, one, Kenyans are feeling betrayed because they have pushed to the point of saying we need opposition in this country and we need it proper and we have you people with us. So when they have come to do what you are supposed to have been doing, and then you decamp and go and strengthen the weaker side of the governance, they feel betrayed. Because it's like you are telling them, it's really it's a slap on their face, and it's not a good one. And I think that is why the former Prime Minister is having difficulties with his background. I have never seen him being heckled in Kisii or such places, and it happened.
It was the first time.
He was also, I know, he was supposed to have been out yesterday with Ruto in Kamkuji and those places. He didn't move. You also can see these other leaders of Nairobi never went to those places from ODM.
Let me ask the question, Mheshimiwa. In 97, was that particular handshake a slap in the face? I'm just going through the chronology.
97.
All of them. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Let's look at all the handshakes. Were they a slap? And if not, what makes this one a slap more than the others? Because
I'll tell you. Let me tell you. In the 97 was the IPPG. It was a negotiated thing by Parliament. The whole institution of Parliament was involved. All political parties were brought on board. they knew what they were going to give birth to. And we needed a credible electoral process. We gave birth to the ECK.
Yes.
Those days,
Yes.
I think.
Electoral Commission of Kenya.
And they gave us a credible elections 2002.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I did.
There was a marriage in between, I think, 2002 also.
An MOU.
An MOU. That again was supposed to give us constitution. But
it didn't
midway, the MOU was never...
It didn't MOU.
Yes, it didn't MOU. That one collapsed.
Yes.
But it collapsed on the basis that they could not agree on how to handle the constitution.
Yes.
Come to 2007. 2007, that was not a handshake.
No.
It was a national accord.
Yes. With
Government.
International players for external...
Even forget about the international players because they were told off by Kibaki. I remember he came and told them, what is this you think you can tell us to do and you have not done? He told the lady who came, write the speech you want me to read to Kenyans. Order it. Put all the points you think I should put there. And she put. And Kibaki picked it and led it to Kenyans. She left. He went saying, huyu mzee hana shida. Because there was very little done by the international community. That's my point. It was a realization by us Kenyans that we needed to do something differently. So we got into a national accord, and you must credit the people who decided to reduce it into an act of parliament. Which then provided on how do you manage, what's the relationship. And that national accord was also negotiated. And again, brought to the institution of parliament. So we were all informed and involved in the crafting of that national accord. We knew what kind of a relationship are we getting into. Yes? Come to 2020, when is this that we had another one? It's 2017. 2017.
Handshake.
Was there something between 2013 and 2017?
No. Well, I mean, if we look at 2013 and then going into 2017, now 2017 is when you had the rerun of the election.
Yes. And then after that,
you had Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga shaking hands.
Yes. And you remember on the 2018 or whatever,
yes.
The issue, that's where they picked the issue of dynasty. But remember 2018, it was a handshake of agreeing on unity, agreeing how are we going to work, government and opposition.
Yes.
Very different from what we have today. Because today, it is not working how to work with the government, but you coming into government.
And let us work together.
Not even working together. You come into government and let us be part of government. Because you have your people, you have an agreement, and you have your whole team in government. Remember, and Uhuru has always tried to clarify this to us. The thing they did with the Lydiah 2018 was to agree for the country to move, you in opposition, us in government, these are the things we need to address. To avoid a recurrence of 2017 and the issues that we have seen, what are the issues that you in opposition, us in government need to do? And that's how they came up with the BBI point.
But remember
agenda.
what we're seeing now.
He also told us this. He told Tinga, I have already formed government. I cannot sack anybody to bring another person into government. What we are now seeing are people being removed so that ODM can be accommodated in government.
Yes.
So it's very different.
But if you look at the time after the 2002 election, when Raila decamped, during that movement, this is the first time we actually saw a president taking in people who had been in the other camp and Raila's camp into the government.
2002.
We did not have the constitution that we have now.
We didn't have 2010 constitution.
But we saw that.
Yes.
Now, I'm simply saying, this is the point I was raising, and I thank you for the clarity, so that our listeners can actually understand these processes. When we look at the processes, devoid even of the constitution and what is required constitutionally, we are seeing activities that may have been seen before. Circumstances have changed drastically. Arguably, at each stage, the argument has been, we would like the country to move forward better. That seems to be a common thread. The narrative now is not different. Narrative. That what you're seeing is an attempt to make the country move forward. Now, therein lies the question. How will the country move forward with this construction?
let me also start with the word how. How I wish Baba, Raila Amolo Odinga used the institutions that were already in place to get us to move forward. How I wish he was carrying the whole of Azimio into this negotiation and not just take up one party and start negotiating it alone. Let me say this. That would have been very important because that's what has happened all along. How I wish William Ruto had the respect for multi-party democracy and multi-party, the parties that constituted that coalition, and engaged all of them so that we say we are now headed to stagnation as a country.
Why? What
we
stop
have a
that from
case.
happening?
We have a case. Just a minute.
It would seem. Sorry. It would seem as though you believe as though this is something that is for the interest of everyone outside of Raila Odinga. For you to make that wish, then there seems to be the desire or the thinking in your mind that this is actually for something more than the person of Raila Odinga and those who are close to him.
You see, remember the preamble or the things precedent that needed to be done before NADICO happened. Cost of living, we can talk about the server, you can talk about the economy, the death of the people. There are those things that must be done for you to get into agreement. Those are things that are being avoided. That is one of the reasons why I think the shortcut. Because the person inviting in the name of the president is not keen on fulfilling the issues Kenyans are. Remember, this presents you in the opposition with a golden opportunity to push your agenda to be performed by government. When you are getting into that agreement, you can come and say, for us to get in, X, Y, Z must be done. For us to get in, we must do away with this housing thing. We must do away with this CHA thing. We must ensure that the help is back to help the university student. We seem to have lost on that. The NADICO report, not NADICO, the National Accord, for Raila to come in as a prime minister, there were things that were put in the constitution, in the act. And one of them was to ensure that we have a constitution in place. Now we are in without really just a thing. Baba has, and you know Baba is Baba. So what he has done is he says Baba is Baba. So what he has done is, perhaps because of the numbers that he has in parliament, he has decided to go this journey alone. But he has also not realized that the people he was leading in the 90s and in the early 2000s are not these ones. These are people who have led the constitution. They understand what you stand for. They understand what is majority, what is minority, the laws, and even the shortcomings that needs to be addressed. And they even have ideas of how they can be addressed. To do anything of that nature in this country, for heaven's sake, do that thing that is called proper public participation. Not the one I saw him doing in Garissa and in other places. Proper public participation. And also, carry along those whom you are with.
Yet, Keoni, even as we speak, there is the aspect of Kenyans now carrying the mantle of being the opposition. And clearly, yes, they have changed. But what is the alternative? Because one would say, while Keoni and group appear to be the opposition, but you are working with Rigathi Gachagua, who Kenyans feel as though the problems that we face today is because he's part of the government and decisions were made when he was there. Why would anyone worth their salt sit today and trust that you are the saviors?
May I add something that you said? Yes, because if indeed it is being said that you work with the immediate former deputy president, the question I want to ask is if that is the case, of course. If it isn't, then of course my question is completely irrelevant. But if that's the case, are there things that you would consider sensitive and private that you discuss with him? Because from everything I have seen, things that I would have thought would not be said in public about the work he did and what they said and with whom they said it, he seems to delight in letting the public know some of these things which I would have assumed were supposed to be confidential.
And Keoni actually calls him the good soldier to send. to the battlefield.
But let me tell you. I see where you are
Your
trying
thoughts,
to.
yeah.
Now you are now laying the traps.
Without announcing them ahead of time.
But I think before we come from there, the thing that we need to understand and ask ourselves is this arrangement that now ODM and UDA have gotten into, which is really a coalition. You are talking about me being a lawyer. I can tell you, for all practical purposes, they are not in Azimio. They have signed another agreement, but without having exited.
Is an MOU
Azimio,
an agreement?
It is when you get into working with the government of the day. While we have a coalition that is against the government, not against in the manner of fighting it, but opposite of.
So
the
you're talking about the
day.
spirit of the understanding.
It is certainly something that you can.
But is it an illegality?
I think it is an illegality, and I hold it that it is a legality in this manner. But we need to ask ourselves: ODM has taken over all those committees in Parliament that are supposed to be held by the party in power. Health, budget,
energy,
departmental committees that are supposed to be held by the party in power have been transferred to ODM. That means ODM is in power. So as you read the MOU, you have also to bring in.
Can I also read and say that since ODM has not officially exited from Azimio, you could say a member of Azimio is holding the brief for Azimio, and their party is actually holding these positions. I mean, for purposes of argument.
And then can I also say, for purposes of argument, that clearly there looks like there is ODM A and ODM B. And ODM A is the one that is causing this confusion within the opposition ranks.
Yes.
And it is why we have to continue debating these issues back and forth. Unfortunately, they are being engineered by those whom we I still think, need to give better leadership so that you have better governance. And you'll also ask yourself, as we come to the question you have asked, we have the Public Accounts Committee, PIC Committee, that are supposed to be held by the opposition. ODM is in government, and they are still holding into these positions. These confusions, these are some of the issues that needed to have been dealt with. But allow me to say
really quickly,
very quickly.
Yes,
I have not worked with Gachagua. Jubilee has not worked with Gachagua, and you can go through the record. The question you posed will be a good question to be answered by Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa.
We'll be sure to ask them those questions when we have them.
But I also wish to, it's not an easy time. He has jumped into the opposition. He seems to have Kenyans seems to enjoy the way he wants to bring William down.
Yes.
Remember we were saying Kufa Dereva, Kufa Makanga. He seems to have the answer to Kufa Dereva because Makanga amekufa. But what is important for Kenyans?
Really quickly.
And be careful. Impeachment is for life. And it has already happened. It happens in the Senate, not in the courts, in the Senate.
And it has happened.
And Senate concluded the impeachment of the former deputy president. And unfortunately for him, he didn't, if I were him, ningechezea ndani mpaka nimalize miaka 2 na nusu.
There's a note to end on, and there we have to. Secretary General for Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, has been our guest this hour, dropping some things that will be interesting to keep following on, and that's why this discourse is absolutely important. Thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Asante sana. Good morning. It's 9:01.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Authorities say there are about 300 people who stormed outside the State House Nairobi gate on Monday afternoon wanted to meet the president for lunch. Police say the group consisted mostly of youth from slums near Eastleigh and Industrial Area, Nairobi. They're alleged to have robbed and harassed motorists and pedestrians outside State House Gate A for several minutes before police arrived to disperse them. The Ministry of Education and Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development Institute have conducted an assessment and sensitization of CBC stakeholders in Trans Nzoia County. The county CEC, Jane Rose Mutama, said the assessment will provide an opportunity for stakeholders to express their views on the progress achieved and issues moving forward.
Kwa hii miaka 9 ndani ya CBC, the question is, when we were coming up with this CBC, did we make the right decision to get into this CBC? If yes, are the implementers doing it the right way like we expected? Because we look at the drafters, when they were drafting this, they had an intention of producing a very productive student who will be very competitive in this global world in terms of technical skills. So we are here to identify such gaps. Do we have enough resources to implement? We work around it to ensure that we provide a roadmap that will ensure sustainability of this particular program.
The Kenyan National Union of Teachers, through its county chairman Wilberforce Wamalwa and the chairman of the Private Schools Union, Dr. Benjamin Tanguli, expressed satisfaction with the steps taken so far in the CBC curriculum.
Kama chama cha walimu, sisi tunaunga mkono CBC kwa sababu tulisema huo ndio mpango mzuri wa kukabiliana na changamoto za karne ya 21. Sababu yale ambao wanafunza kwa CBC ndio mambo ambayo yanahitajika zaidi. Tunataka watoto watoke kwa kuwa waajiriwa waanze kuwa waajiri, lakini walimu hawatoshi.
Jina yangu ni Daktari Benjamin Tanguli. Serikali ifanye usuru kutoa hii 844 kwa sababu ilikuwa inazingatia tu mtoto kumemorize vitu. Nafanya mtihani na pata marks ya juu na tupepe juu na tukimbie hapo tuseme asante amefanya. Lakini ukifuatilia mtoto huyo baada ya miaka ingine 10 unapata kwamba hakuna mahali alienda. Lakini CBC itapeleka mtoto paka mbali kwa sababu ataenda kulingana na talent yake.
And in the international scene, former Philippines President Rodrigo Duterte was arrested Tuesday in Manila by police acting on an international criminal court warrant citing crimes against humanity tied to his deadly war on drugs. The 79-year-old faces a charge of the crime against humanity of murder, according to the ICC, for a crackdown in which rights groups estimate tens of thousands of mostly poor men were killed by officers and vigilantes, often without proof they were linked to drugs. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Looking at traffic this morning at a few minutes after 9 o'clock, and it's still pretty busy in the city today, and it goes to the traffic that's coming off of the Thika Superhighway coming into the CBD, and also traffic that is now reducing as you look at Shirmo. There was a bit of a trouble spot there. Some traffic then coming in on Murang'a Road out towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, and so that still continues for some time. There's also traffic still pretty heavy that's coming off of James Gishiro crossing over towards Waiyaki Way. So that's busy as we look at it now, and also some of that still on the Muru Road coming through towards Peponi. So that's pretty busy still this morning. Keeping an eye on things as we come out of traffic hour soon enough. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and getting into a conversation where there's a group of folks that seem to say that there is some kind of neglect when it comes to governance, and we're going to be having that conversation this morning, and even as we do, remembering that we are clicked in on our live streams of YouTube, of Facebook, and on X. And also, we continue to click in with our audiences on KTN this morning. A number of things that we've been looking into, and it's important to keep these conversations running, that this discourse has to be front and center of our minds and of our thoughts and of our actions, and necessary for us to do so regardless of where we are and what we do. Kenya's biggest conversation does that every morning, and we look at these issues that affect us. We look at the issues that essentially form and shape what our nations look like, what our regions look like, and indeed what the world looks like. And this morning, at this time, we have a conversation around the neglected voice of the youth when it comes to Kenya's politics. We're also joined in the studio by two guests this hour, and we're going to be talking into some of those issues right about now. We are joined today by like I said, it would be a youth representation. And joining us this hour is Mwangu Atemo, who is a legal and compliance officer with KANU, and Otieno Mokaya, who is an advocate and youth leader, as we talk about the neglected voice of the youth. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Karibu sana to the hot seats of the Situation Room. And we seem to think that somebody's neglected or forgotten. But even as we do that, CT here goes to a different African country every week. And he gets a proverb from that country. And he was going to share that proverb with us today. And then you can tell us how you would interpret that. Is that all right?
Okay.
That's all right. Kenyans, how are you doing?
Fine.
Good.
Yourself?
Very well, thank you. We are in the Gabonese Republic. Would you venture to suggest what you think the capital of Gabon is? If you don't know, it's fine.
I don't know.
I'll tell you.
Please do.
Libreville. If I didn't do what I do on a daily basis, even I wouldn't know it. So it's okay.
Okay.
Yes, I know it because this is something that I do, so I get to know the capital. Yes. This is a country that was ruled by one family for 56 years. Omar Bongo was president, 1967, carried on until 2007, then his son took over until 2023 when there was a coup. It forms part of what we call the coup belt.
Okay.
West Africa is the areas of the Sahel and areas of Central Africa. That is a coup belt. Why? Because these countries in this region have been frequented by coups. You have a president, there's a coup. You have a coup, then there's another coup to coup the other coup. Yes, and then it goes on for a while. And it's gone on for seasons and decades, so hence the term coup belt.
Coup belt.
Because that's the area where you see a lot of it. Another proverb. A fool looks for dung where the cow never browsed.
Maybe we can start with you, Mwangu, yes.
A fool looks for dung where the cow never
browsed.
You cannot find fault where something hasn't been done. So there must be a particular action to be done at a particular place for you to get a consequential result.
Beautiful. Very well said.
Very well said.
Kizungu kubwa.
Yes, consequential. Yes.
My interpretation of that, I come from a community where cows are
a sign of wealth. I think, and cow dung is a sign of an instrument we use for manure, and also sometimes it's waste.
And sometimes it's housing.
Yes, and sometimes it's housing. So I'll interpret it to mean if it's a problem, then a fool will be looking for a problem where there is none. If it's beneficial, then a fool will be looking for a resource where nobody should.
You know, we've had interpretation of this proverb in the past 2 hours, and the two of you have come up with the best. Yes, you've actually gotten to the heart of the matter. Thank you.
Indeed.
Yes.
There it is. And I guess a good place to us to just jump off into this conversation that we're having today. And, you know, usually an event, something that happened on a particular day, is going to give rise to, you know, a series of other events or certain conversations or the discourse that's going to shape things, whether it be a political conversation, whether it be an economic one, whatever it be. June 25th, 2024 stands out as one of those. That from there then launched conversations, launched certain realities about what the political landscape then would look like. Never before had we seen such engagement by a younger age in the population that was going to say, excuse me, we are here. And whether it's going to take us to then be able to push certain agenda, we're ready to take that position. And then people came to the realization that, okay, fine, actually certain things can happen. Whether it's an older generation, whether it's a younger generation, somebody's moving this conversation. And so that event is living rent-free in our minds as something that could then bring about other realities. And then we began to hear that this would be the representative of the youth. The youth has this huge baggage on their shoulders that they make up 70% of the population, and that they are the tomorrow, and that, you know, it goes on and on and on. But for some reason, we seem to still think that the voice of the young, the voice of the youth, has been forgotten, and that is not taken into consideration when we talk about national discourse, when we talk about politics, when we talk about governance and leadership and administration, that still we feel as though the voice of the youth is forgotten or neglected. So that forms the basis for what we'll be talking about today, and we can start off from a very, very simple basic question. Has the voice of the youth in today's governance and leadership been forgotten? Let's start with you, Muga.
The voice of the youth, thank you for the question. The voice of the youth in today's government has honestly been forgotten. And the number one reason could be the fact that the youth are underrepresented in the parliament. So therefore, most decisions that are made are not directly what the youth anticipate. And one thing about we as youth, we have most of our conversations on social media, and we want to be part of the system. There's a certain way, just like you said, as we go back to 25th June last year, it was because of an uproar by the youth, because they felt like their needs were not being addressed in the right way. So the only way they could communicate was through exercising the constitutional right of right to assembly and picketing. But we have leaders who have been elected into parliament that are supposed to represent us. We have leaders that are supposed to articulate our issues to table bills that affect youth. But at the end of the day, you see that whatever these people do is more of to their own benefit rather than to what we as the youth anticipate or are looking forward to. So my number one point will be the fact that we have little or less representation in parliament. That's something we need to work on. Number two, it would have been more on our organization. We can make all the noise on social media, we can do all that, but for us to be part of the system, we need to be understood, we need to be listened to. So we might shout and heckle and say that the president is not listening to us, but at the end of the day, who's this particular leader who's going to represent us? The Article 100 of the Constitution requires that the youth should have representation. The parliament should come up with specific legislation that are going to ensure that special interest groups, including the youth, should be encompassed in the current regime, but unfortunately 14 years down the line we haven't had any particular legislation that promotes the same. If we work on the first challenge of underrepresentation, then we can have our voices heard and we can articulate our issues in the best way possible. Yeah.
And what about you, Otieno?
What happened last year in June is a likened to what children do. Children don't speak in words that we can hear, and the only way we get to give children attention is when they cry. So, but maybe children do speak, only that we don't hear what they say. And when we don't hear what they say, then they resort to crying, and then we react. And you realize when children cried, everybody reacted to the cry of the child, and what the child wanted was affected. But must we wait for the child to cry for us to act? Then the question, the right answer is no. Are the youth forgotten? Yes and no. Yes, in the way that our youth also we are spoiled. I'll want to say that we expect things to be handed down to us, other than going for them. When you ask that the kind of leaders we have in parliament are not working for us, have we presented alternatives to be voted in? Have we fronted ourselves, or the best of us, for elective positions? Have we voted? And the people who are tweeting and us who are active on social media, did we vote? And when we vote, on what principles did we vote? Did we line up and stay online to wait for your chance to say? Because the Constitution gives you the power to choose, to front yourself for elective position. Number 2, to choose the right people to lead you. The youth are the same people who are chanting party slogans during the election. The youth are the same people who are being weaponized to silence maybe voices of reason.
Yep.
So we need to first introspect ourselves as youth, because I want to believe even City here was a youth one day. So youth is not.
A long time ago.
Yes. So being youth itself is not competence. It's not a qualification. It's a stage in life. So right now we want to champion for the rights of the youth, and we want the youth to be heard. 5 years to come will not be fitting in the same description.
Let me ask you this question. When we say youth, is it a homogeneous group? Is it as, when you say the things that you say, would you say that it's representative of all the people who fit into this bracket of youth?
Youth is an age, is a stage in life. So yes, the Kenyan population, 70% of the population fit in the bracket of 35 and younger, but it's not an homogeneous group. It's an age set. It's not a people who agree on everything. It's a people who happen to be of the same age.
Would you say they share similar problems?
They share similar problems, but the approach to solving them could not be similar.
Okay.
Which brings the next question is 70% of the population, as you say, yet according to data past election, majority of people who didn't even participate in the elections are the youth. They didn't bother to register themselves. They didn't bother to get out to go and vote. Yet, if you look at the decisions that are being made, even the latest recommendations by UD and ODM, item number 4 is the economic investment in the youth. So in terms of the youth getting out there and pushing for their own agenda and making sure that they get a seat at the table is something that everyone sees and realizes the importance. But do the young people realize the importance of that and push the agenda in the right places?
I, as a youth, cannot wake up one morning and decide that I want to push my particular agenda if I do not get support. Before I wake up to come to SpiceFM, I must be mentored by someone to tell me, I need you to do this because I have seen potential in you. Before I articulate myself, I need guidance. Before I decide that I need to vie for a political seat, as he has said, because he claims that the youth have not offer themselves for any political seats. The Constitution gives provisions for direct and indirect democracy. So in this particular case, we have indirect democracy where we elect representatives to the parliament to to represent our views. So in this case, we make the youth make up 75% of the electorate in Kenya. These people, 290 people, cannot be. They represent that particular fraction of millions of people who voted during the electioneering period. Whoever I voted in might not be the particular leader that I got. So at this point, you're going to realize that as much as my ideologies and resonated with this particular person, I might have not had the chance of being there. So how am I going to communicate my needs? The only tool I have, my voice. How am I going to communicate? Social media. How am I going to... When we push this particular trends, we are raising our voices so that the people we elected to represent us can at least take a step back, and it invokes, like, you will have that feeling. What are they having? What are they talking? What is this conversation that the young people are having on social media? How am I going to listen to them, or how am I going to maybe table a bill in parliament that is going to be in line with that? But then if I take a back seat because I am not in parliament, if I take a back seat because I do not have anyone who is going to represent my views there, because I am not elected, I do not see how that is going to be realistically true in this particular case. So,
have you heard of the phrase strength in numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
You may not be homogeneous, but if problems are homogeneous and you have the numbers, do you think there's a correlation between these numbers and the change that you desire, and that these numbers can actually bring about the change that you desire?
Yes, they do. And there's something we say, the diversity of our voices is the strengthening of democracy. We cannot speak the same language. For democracy to thrive, we need to have the diverse voices. That's why we have the government and the opposition. So we have numbers in the government, we have numbers in the opposition. So these diverse voices, when they come together, we come up with a solution. Because if at all you are comfortable as the government, you just sat, because whatever you do is supposed to be the right thing. We are going to have a government, the animal farm. I think I read that book a little while ago, whereby monotony is the order of the day. Bureaucracy is the order of the day. Do you think we're going to thrive in a place whereby the government of the day is taking control of each and every person? I don't think so.
But pause for a second. You see, that argument could be argued as defeatist. You see, our constitution gives every individual in this country the power of sovereignty.
Yeah.
Okay? You are 70%. How does 70% lament that their interests are not being taken care of, and you're already a majority? What are you doing with this majority?
City, if the youth of this country wanted a president, a youth will be a president.
Yeah.
If the youth of this country wanted 70% of parliament to be represented by people who are less than 35 years and below, or people who represent the reasoning and the interest of that age group, that will happen. The problem is we are good at booing. We're not good at voting.
So the youth don't want
no,
because you've just said if they want, they would have it. So you don't want it enough.
I said earlier that we are a spoiled population. We expect mentorship. We deserve a job. We deserve to be given this.
Now,
we deserve to be given this.
So you're saying you self-sabotage?
We don't want this badly enough. We don't clamor for this.
Do you want it at all? Forget badly.
You see, wanting,
do you want it at all?
Wanting and sitting and waiting for it. There's a saying that power can never be given. Actually, nothing good will be given. There's a proverb at home.
No, power can be given.
It's taken.
Power can be given.
Okay.
Your constitution has already given you
the power. That's
yes.
true. There's a saying or a story where I come from that if a man thought they're fit to marry, they went and declared their interest, and not just that. They presented themselves into the ring and fought any other man who wanted this particular woman. And the man who won could take this woman, and the man who lost will be told you are not fit enough to protect, number one, yourself, not let alone protecting this woman. So June 24 was a turning point in this country, but we can't be having June 24s. We have a chance every 5 years to avoid June 24.
Why must we avoid it?
By avoiding it is, if we vote right, we don't need to have June 24.
How do you vote right?
By voting right, number one, take the initiative. Let youth present themselves for elective position. Number two, number one, how many youths even have voting cards? We all have Twitter accounts, Instagram account, TikTok accounts.
And we are trending.
Are we trending? We have iPhones and every other gadget that makes us make noise. But are we making the noise that matters?
Yes.
Are we representing our voices on the ballot?
It must matter to you. If you didn't matter, you wouldn't make the noise as repeatedly as you do.
Yet
50 plus 1 is not on Twitter.
It is actually.
It's on the ballot.
No,
I have a contrary opinion.
Yeah.
I have a contrary opinion from what Mukaya says, because he says we are spoiled generation. He says we need to be spoon-fed. I do not see anywhere where we have tokenism, whereby a youth has been given a particular position, take it and use it. But instead, we have to fight for our own positions. Now, the problem is, number one, the youth are people between the ages of 18 to 34. Okay, if I'm not wrong, 18 to 34. So if this particular age group of people are in university, most of them are in training institutions, most of them are facing unemployment. It is at this particular time that you have identity crisis. You do not know where you begin, you do not know where you end. So most of us are trying to look for a way to feed our stomachs, a way to fit into the system at this. So if the government of the day does not give us an opportunity to put our skills into practice, we cannot wake up one day. Because for me to run for a political seat, it does not just take my manifesto. It is a lot, and I cannot just wake up to be a symbol of just a person who just I have decided to vie as an MCA or women rep Nairobi County. Someone will come up. You're just a 22-year-old. What can you tell me? What do you want to show me? What difference are you bringing to the table? And then there's this person who has been brought up by the state, will come, is 40 years, has all the money. Wherever they get them, we do not know. And this person pours down the money, and I am here with my agenda. I am trying to push this agenda because I know I have very good points. I believe I can bring change. But at the end of the day, my financial muscle does not compare to this other person's financial muscle. So
do you know there are people in this country who've been voted in at that very age you mentioned?
Yes,
and they had nothing.
There is actually a young man, the previous administration, who was voted in, I think it was in Meru or Mwirigi, who actually went on campaigns on foot, on a cart, on his bicycle.
Do you know how he started? He decided to volunteer to teach.
Yes.
And he decided to buy, these books that tell you past exams and what have you.
Yeah.
The results of the students in that school improved.
How many cases of how many of such cases?
How many cases do you need to prove the point?
Well, we need more people. Yes, that is the point.
No.
But we need to empower the youth to be part of the conversation.
There's a point I'm trying to make here. You must stop this narrative that everybody talks about in terms, and I'm saying this gently and politely. Empowerment is a word I actually find a bit distasteful because half the time I have no idea what it means. There has to be a clarity as to what it is you want. The politics of money, if indeed you're a youth, you will be lost before you even begin, because it's the one thing that characterizes the youth. You don't have the money.
Yes.
But why I mentioned that example, it means if you're talking about a concept, that example proves the concept, that somebody can be elected without money. And it's not the only one.
Yes.
I do.
Salasia.
They are, yes. And the number, I'm simply trying to say this. If you approach something like politics with the mindset of those who've been in it for the longest time, and you're a youth, you won't go anywhere. You're done for, dusted. If you come up with an idea that resonates with people and is not a reminder of what they've had, you introduce an idea that with time, it's not instant, people will be listening to, because they are accustomed to what you are talking about. And if you want the change you keep talking about as youth, then you must represent that change.
I do not dispute the fact that that is possible.
Yeah.
But my main point is, when we do a comparative analysis on the situation on the ground, a reality check of the facts on the ground, the ground is, the terrain is a little bit tough for young people to take up leadership positions, and it's not only solely on the financial issues and all that, but it goes about to matters experience and whatnot.
Have you ever been a student leader when you were in college?
Yes, I was.
All right. Were they rich students who had more money than everybody else?
Of course they are.
Precisely. How did you end up being a student leader?
Campaign.
And the people who voted for you, were they the lecturers? Were they the cleaners? Who voted for you?
The student population.
Why did they vote for you?
The agenda.
Why did they vote for you?
Yes.
Ideologies.
Yes.
Because we had similar ideologies. If I resonate with what you're saying, then I believe you're the right person to represent my
Did you also
views.
align yourself with the other political leaders in that university setup who had similar ideas?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Right, there is the answer. I think while we discuss this, my approach to this is this. You can't have rights without responsibilities. And we are that generation of my rights, my rights, my rights. I believe it's time we also think about what have you done to deserve these rights? And what do you carry while you champion for these your rights? Affirmative action is not a concept in perpetuity. I want to believe that sometimes affirmative action comes with negative connotations. This child you are helping walk might not walk because they expect that they'll be helped to walk. These seats we have for the youth are there to show us that we can do it. But we can't be having nomination slots for seats for these youth that we are, that are making us shy away from going to fight it out. Similarly to the gender nomination seats. I have a dream that at some point we want these gender nomination seats to go to men, because the women we are trying to push have taken up the mantle. They are now vying, and they are now the majority, that now affirmative action is coming in to balance it from the male side. I also have a dream that someday we'll have too many of youth in parliament, that the affirmative action ticket is coming in to favor the older generation, that we have too many youth in parliament. Can we get somebody to represent the senior citizens?
Right.
Can we get somebody to represent over 45? So let's not wait for the affirmative action. And this affirmative action ends up with the wrong kind of youth. The people who are nominated to represent the youth are either, number one, not youth, number two, TikTok stars.
So do you accept that the problem is within the party structures? Because why would you nominate someone who is not a youth?
The problem is can't reap where you didn't sow.
Oh, okay.
If you don't vie and lose, you can't be nominated. You must be in the space for you to benefit from this.
Let's double click on that just a little bit more. We'll take a break at this point and we'll come back and say, okay, so then must you be in the space in order to lose, to be nominated? For affirmative action to take place, you must be in the room.
Yes,
somewhere.
exactly.
You must be doing something.
Yes.
You must be organizing, mobilizing something. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll discuss and continue. Mwangu, Atemo and Otieno Mokaya are our guests this hour, and we're looking at, okay, has the voice of the youth actually been forgotten? We'll continue with that conversation at 24 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
20 in Nairobi, and at 19 sunny in Nakuru, 20 and sunny conditions in Nyeri. It's 20 and sunny in Eldoret, while Mombasa at 30 is cloudy. Malindi at 30 is cloudy as well. 25 and sunny into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 23 is partly sunny. Kampala at 21 is sunny with cloudy conditions at 28 in Dar es Salaam. 18 and cloudy in Johannesburg, and into Mogadishu at 30 is sunny with 19 and sunny in Addis Ababa. Lagos at 27 is cloudy with cloudy conditions at 25 in Kinshasa. And looking into a sunny Beijing at 13 is a foggy Paris at 4 with a cloudy London at 6 and 9 degrees and clear in
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
Coming on to the back end of traffic hour this morning, and we're looking at just a little bit of that left in certain parts of the city. Thika Superhighway, some traffic right on survey will continue for a little bit, and then getting on to Muranga Road, getting to the roundabout at the Globe Cinema, that is busy. But as you come off of Jogoo Road towards Landis, there's just a little bit of that traffic left there. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this and see what happens as we get through the morning. Keep in touch with us, SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 22 minutes to 10 o'clock, and these conversations continue, and we're looking at, okay, so we're getting into it this morning, and we're asking ourselves the question, young people, and not just young people, anybody who wants to give them, or rather have an opportunity or give themselves up for position of leadership governance, you have to be in the room.
Yes.
You know, you have to be
where the conversation is being
happening.
had. Yes.
It's not, you can't be somewhere off left and say, okay, well, they're not
or
picking
looking
me,
through the window.
They're not selecting me, and you're outside. You have to be in there engaging. And Mwanga, before we went to the break, you wanted to double click on that a little bit more. You must be in the room. Otieno says you must have tried and lost even to get nominated, and we'll say the nominated positions are actually a tool of affirmative action, whereby we say, okay, fine, if we need to quote unquote force a situation whereby you will see the potential of this human being in terms of what they're able to do, but you can't do that because we've seen that maybe the elective process doesn't quite work that well. So we're going to nominate and give those people an opportunity, and usually from a nominated position you've seen people able to go into other positions by dint of what they've been able to do. But on the other hand, we're saying, Otieno is saying to even get nominated, you have to be playing in there, you have to be swimming in the pool.
Yeah, and I think just to bounce on what Ndu is saying, I'll come to your party, yeah, because your former chairperson, Billion Ojiwa, was the chairperson of the KANU Youth Caucus, and through that he vied for political seat in Mathare because of the experience that he had gathered and swimming with the politicians and wanting so much to get it. That means for the youth to be able to have a voice or to get that seat at the table, it will not be handed to you. You have to be on that 4x4 race and take that baton and run with it. Is that the case?
Yes, it is. We cannot wake up and hand over a particular position to you because we feel like, okay, we can. If you're really working, if you're up to task. I mean, according to merit, that's how meritocracy works. So in this particular case, if most political parties do not give the youth a chance to be heard, do not give the youth a chance to be on the decision-making table, so at the end of it all, you will find someone being nominated. It's not even a youth to represent the youth, and then you wonder, where did the rain start beating us? So the rain starts beating us from the grassroots level, from our political parties, down from the leadership structures in the political parties. Because as a member of KANU, I am part of the decision-making table at 22. It's not that I woke up one day and they told you, Atemo, we think you're beautiful, or you have very pretty hair or eyes, so we need you to be part of this particular team. But it's because of what I bring to the table as a youth. So in this particular case, for me to be part of the conversation, I need to be given a platform. But where when I'm in a party that does not give me a platform to showcase what I have no opportunity at all. But rather, the only weapon I have is social media. The only weapon I have is going to the streets. Then that is the only weapon I'll use to communicate. So in this particular case, it gets back to the leaders in this particular political parties. How well do you mentor the youth in your parties? Because for me to be part of this particular party, I will have to look at it. Do their ideologies align with mine? Do their values align with mine? Do they respect the rule of law? Do they advocate for inclusion? If I as a youth feel like this party aligns with me, I will go and be part of it. Now, how aggressive you are, how you articulate yourself, how you communicate is what is going to make you stand out from the other people, and is going to make you to be recommended by this particular party or person to represent them at a particular level. As you can see right now, most youths on Twitter, as much as he's saying we are all tweeting and all that, you're
not.
I am. I tweeted before I came here.
Yeah.
How else? Social media is the easiest way we can communicate right now. True or false? Mm-hmm. Social media is the easiest way I can give feedback to the legislators. Social media is the only way I can know that there's a particular bill that needs me to give my remarks on the same. So if I am not informed, that's why we say we come from a point of information. We do not just want appointments because we are youth. We want to be part of the conversation. Now make me be part of the conversation, because as a youth in Mandera County, I will not come to Nairobi and say that I want to be part of this particular political party. I'll be asked, what do you bring to the table? What do I bring to the table? I've just come from the university. Unless you give me a chance to be part of the table, I cannot show you what I'm bringing to the table. Unless you listen to me, you cannot understand what I am thinking.
You know, there's a question that's swelling in my head I have to ask it, of the two of you. What is it that prevents the youth from just forming their own party?
Leave alone even that city.
Yes.
What is stopping the youth from joining these political parties and changing these political parties
there is
to
a story.
fit?
Can you? There is a story, and this story is not a narrative, it's actually reality. In 2013, when we were in university, the former governor of Nairobi approached University of Nairobi student leaders and asked them to vote for him.
2013?
2013, yes.
Mm-hmm. The governor then was?
The governor in waiting, so to speak, that time.
Yeah.
Came and asked of us to register as voters and vote for him. There's also the governor of Kisii County currently did the same. As leaders of University of Nairobi, we came together and asked these people who want us to do things for them. What are they doing for us? We fronted one of us, and his name is Moses Okello, who was a third-year student, and said, for us to support you, we also want this boy on the ballot.
Was he put on
Moses of Ghetto was put on the ballot.
And did he win?
He's on the third term as MCA Kilimani Ward.
Yes.
Yes, I know. You
So-
were MCA for a long time.
Yes. So I'm saying this because there, as City said, there are examples.
Yes.
There's no free lunch, and nobody will come to your apartment and tell you, Otieno Mokaya, you're a very brilliant young guy. I want you to come. I nominate you. I believe in the hierarchy of competence. What that means is, if the first best is not there, then you take the second best. Then you take the third best. And I believe that is how things should be. Social media is a good tool. Have you thought about it as a campaign tool? If one tweet can get 1 million retweets, how much visibility can that tweet give you if you're on the ballot?
It can, but you see, there's a larger conversation if you're talking about politics and the politics of this country. And the larger conversation here is issues.
Yes.
Being popular, joining a popular party, that's what we do. And many of these parties are completely devoid of applying any issues that you can see. They talk about them, They sign all manner of documents about them, but you never really quite see it. The negotiation that you involve yourself in, again, I'm going back to the numbers. Imagine what you could negotiate. Imagine what you could negotiate with those numbers. Because these numbers are everywhere in the country. It's not as though there's one part of the country where there are less youth than others. The youth are everywhere. Because if that negotiation is understood, that is for those who want to join existing political parties. We've understood the power and the positivity of negotiation in this country. People negotiate. Because I've asked a question about forming your own party. You've heard of the Green parties in Europe and in the West.
Yes.
When they started, they were dead in the water. Nobody gave a hoot about them. And you know why? The conversation was of the big parties like the ones we have here. Okay? Right now, decades later, yes, but those Green parties form governments. At the time they started, nobody thought of it. At independence, the average age of our ministers was 42. And the reason it was 42, you had people like Jomo Kenyatta, you had people like Oginga Odinga, and a few others who were not in their youth. You had ministers in their 30s, and it wasn't 1, it wasn't 2, it wasn't 3. 30s, somewhere in their 20s. So this youth thing, when you have a conversation, you must have a perspective. There's nothing like being too young.
Yes.
Because if you're in that age bracket, you are far more informed than that 29-year-old at independence.
Yes.
Far more informed. You know a heck of a lot more than that person did. More importantly, you have a heck of a lot more information at your disposal than they ever did. So you have no excuse.
And as well, one would ask, there is the clamor for the youth to take up this space. But what is your agenda? What are you bringing on the table? Because even if we just go on those who are listening to us on the socials, they're asking the youth need to sit back, we need to strategize and come up with an agenda that resonates with everybody else. What are you doing as the young people to come up with an agenda that will convince everybody else to give you that vote?
That can be sustained because, we can't run away from realities, isn't it? That, again, coming from the event that we saw in last year, is that then there are certain individuals who did stand up and kind of offer, themselves. Were they offering themselves, and was there a need for them to be rallied behind by everybody else? But then we've kind of seen them absorbed into, pre-existing entities. Number one, is that an issue? Or are we saying that youth must come up, form their own, and then have people rally behind them? But we've seen that, you kind of, folks who may have come up before get kind of swallowed up into what exists. Is there anything necessarily wrong with that, Wango?
Well, I believe that at the end of it all, we all have the end game. Politics is a game of interests. I have my own interests, you have your own interests. So in this case, the thing that the
Wait. Why is politics a game of interests?
As it stands, as the status quo, politics is
which status quo?
Broad-based government.
Oh, that's the status quo for Kenya at the moment? Okay.
Broad-based government.
As they say in French, touché.
So it's more of a game of interest.
So is that a constant that we must live with?
No, it is not a constant that we must live with. That we must live with, and that's why the youth are not comfortable with the system as it is. Because when we have a status quo that only feeds to the greed of a particular person or individual, it becomes so difficult to engage or to literally have the views of other people taken into consideration. So in this case, we as the youth are only advocating for a system that works. A system that works means a healthcare system that works, an education system that works, a housing program or a housing program that works for us. We need tangible. We need to see things happen. We do not need to see experiments, because you cannot wake up in the morning and tell us the system needs more time for it to work. People are going to the hospital every day. You cannot keep on saying that, wait, the SHA shift will work at some point. What if I die today because I was not able to use, because of a erroneous hitches here and there. It does not make sense.
Do you know something? Even as you're speaking, forgive me for interrupting you. You know, some of these fellows who are approaching an age where they might even qualify as being fossils. Do you know that just a few decades ago, they were saying exactly the same thing you're saying, but they were doing more. They were agitating for it at a time when you couldn't even agitate. They were opposing a system that it was a single party system. They were opposing systems, and it wasn't one person. There were a number. They were saying, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They were saying they didn't have social media to do it for them. They were saying it because some of them had been elected. So in Parliament, and this was at the risk of being detained, at the risk of being jailed, they would say it. And they would say, this is where we stand, this is what we thought. The reason why I give the example, I'm simply saying, this journey that has gotten us here is a long one, and the baton, as you call it, has actually been handed to the youth.
Yes.
They may not see it, but it has. Now, the responsibility that goes with it, is that something that you're willing to take? Because what the youth seem good at is discussing these issues. The older people are even better at discussing it. But doing what needs to be done and addressing it and asking, okay, this is where we are. What do we do? Beyond talking about it, what do we do? Beyond demonstrating,
right. What activities are you involved in today that would say, okay, fine, you're plowing the ground to then be able to take it or to be able to participate in the future? What would those look like, Otieno, where you say, okay, fine, there's an opportunity for you to be part of, the dispensation? It could be current, it could be future, whatever the case may be. But there's got to be something. I mean, we tend to separate this political space from anything else that you would normally do. No way anybody's giving you a job of some serious repute if you don't have some kind of experience. There's no way. So why do we separate it? And you by your own admission, you've said, you know what? You need to be in the room at the very least. You need to have done some things. You need to be doing something that's going to then say, okay, it gives rise to the position. What are those?
They say a working man is on his way to meet his luck. You can't sit somewhere and then
expect it to drop in your lap.
Yes. So everybody knows or tends to look like they know what the issues are. Everybody will complain about how the health system is not working. Everybody seems to understand that we need better housing. Everybody needs to understand that we are importing too much. Everybody seems to understand that we need production here so that we stop exporting jobs to where we are importing things from. And then that goes a long way into reducing the amount of conversation we should have on unemployment. But those conversations have where they impact the most. You go to the cathedral to pray because we believe that's where it's closer to God. And the cathedral of these issues that we are talking about, the political cathedral, is in Parliament. If you cannot walk, then crawl. If you can walk, then your ambition is to run. If you run, then your ambition is to fly. I believe, as youth or as citizenry in general, our role does not stop at speaking. Our role goes to taking the action where the action matters. You can play football in the kitchen, but you are not going to score in the sufuria. Where you should play is in the arena, where your score is recorded and a trophy is awarded. And I think where that is number one, let's vote. Number two, we present ourselves and give our people or the people of Kenya alternatives so that we don't come and say, people will vote for the best alternative they can see. If there's only the old guards in the ballot, of course, the outcome of that election will end up with those old guards. And what we are doing is, I don't know whether this is the right thing to say, but she said she's in campus leadership. I was there when I was in university. Currently many youth are affronting themselves for elective positions, including myself, and that is why we want to churn that road. But again, the question begs, which vehicle and under what ideology?
What political party are you aligned to?
Now, I'm not aligning myself to any political party. I'm aligning myself to issues. And until that time when one political party comes with that fashion of issues that I want to align myself with, then I will. And hinted on something, that there were people who came out as vibrant after the Gen Z maandamano, and they have taken their own paths, which is right in their freedoms and rights. Maybe what they stood for, which might not be what we saw, aligns to that political party. The issues they were championing for, which mimicked the issues that we thought we were championing for, aligned with their personal interest in that political party. You'll wonder why we take. I think there's a sound bite you habitually play where somebody says, let's not say that we have political party, let's just say we are Luos and we find ourselves in Kenya and we are like this, and we don't want as this new generation to follow that route. Let's not relate our second names to a political party that you are. Like if I see Otieno, I know. You see an orange, you will be there. If I see a Mwangi, I'll know they'll see red and they'll be there. I see a yellow and I see Kiprotich. That's not how we should do it. Can we look at it differently? Can we say, I'm in this party because it speaks to my agenda, it speaks to what I believe in? Because ultimately, we inherited this country from Makina City. We are holding it in trust for Generation Alpha.
You do know that I'm sitting here.
So we have a trusteeship role that the country hand on to the next generation should be better than we were given, and I believe that is the biggest interest that we hold, not the interest that will put food in our table today, but the interest that ensures that the generation that comes after us won't complain about the same things that we are complaining about today. And how is that done? Obama, when he was campaigning for Kamala Harris, he used to say, don't boo, vote, do something.
Are there people who have crocodilian features like myself, who you think might represent the youth agenda?
They are. Because were it not that you represented the youth agenda when you were youth, we couldn't be here. There are fights you fought with lesser than we have, that we couldn't have. If you see how afraid we are to hold on to that string on a Mariam, which I don't know who says that's where you hold when you're getting in. Somehow everybody knows that's what you should do.
Experience.
Yeah. Some of you are willing to go there when there were no tweets saying release someone. And some of them paid the ultimate price for it. Much respect to you, which means we have to do more. And saying that your generation represents the youth, maybe you do because your time you did. Unless you have changed.
And that same spirit must continue. I hear what you're saying. We'll get there. And I think we can't stop. We have to continue. Mwangu Atemo is a legal and compliance officer with KANU, and Otieno Mokaya is an advocate and youth leader, and have been our guest this hour as we look at these very pertinent issues. Thank you for concluding Kenya's biggest conversation for today with us this morning, and we continue again tomorrow. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life